good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And it's Colosseum Night. Hope everybody's doing all right. Only one watching, that's okay. Uh, you can, I guess I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat and we can get this started. Copied. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. And as I was just over on Mr. Z, shout out to him. We were talking about the Larry Elder and the Breakfast Club interview, and I didn't watch the whole interview, but apparently Larry Elder handed Charlemagne the Fraud his ass with one statement, and it is what it is. Now, I don't agree with Larry Elder on a lot of stuff, but every now and then he says something I agree with. But the big news of the interview is Charlemagne tried to tell Larry Elder he was going to get his Negro wake up call. And Larry Elder correctly pointed out that this is big talk coming from somebody who allowed Joe Biden to define his blackness. Gotta give Larry Elder that. Just saying. But there's the link if y'all want to come up. Come up. This is Colosseum Night. And we can get this show started. All right. Everybody's still watching other content. So let me turn on my camera and we can do some other stuff while we're waiting for people to come up. But once again, I hope everybody's doing all right tonight and having a good week and weekend. Waiting for my blender setup to show up, and we can be have a little 3D fun while we're waiting for people to come in. But yeah, anyway, hold on, let me see if I can find something for you. Let's see here. Let's go to YouTube. Everybody's still doing chair memes on TikTok, which I find hilarious. And there's that situation in Maui, unfortunately, that where the wildfires happen, and situation's not looking too good right now. All right, let's see here. Got that selected. We're gonna put you on. What you want to do first? All right, I got to get this set up here. Do a little 3D and go. I'm gonna put on my virtual camera, and hopefully it won't kick me out this time. But anyway, let's have a little fun. All right. Got a nice little 3D cube here. We're going to do something a little interesting. We're going to delete that cube, and we're going to add a plane. Now we're actually going to go to edit mode, loop cut. All right. All right, let's go get the face. Get the face selector. Let's try this again. See, anybody showing up yet? Not yet. Yeah, just doing a little 3D here till people come in. Uh, all right, let's try this again. We're going to go to array and object mode. We're going to select this. We're going to delete it and add plane. Go to model mode and rear. Get a face. Just having a little fun here with 3D here, folks. Oh, okay. Let's just play with the cube for a little bit. Face mode, and Ooh. Said okay. Face mode, that's what we want. All right. The hell? Oh, what's that? Okay. All right. All right. Go to edit mode. There we go. Let's read this out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hey, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? I was just about to start streaming too. What you over here working on?
Oh, not much. Kind of.
Your
Ooh, you
audio's
kind of
breaking
boring
up.
a little bit.
Who, me? My audio's fine. You're working to me. Let's exit. Well,
Oh boy.
hold on, let me listen. Yeah, I'm coming fine on the stream.
Okay. Can you hear? I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
It's that 3D program that's eating up all your system
Yeah,
resources.
man. Just starting to hang out and stuff. The big talk now is Larry Elder had an interview with the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, I saw pieces of that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What's going on? Let me turn my camera off. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I'm coming through fine on the stream. You're breaking up on the stream.
Oh wow. Can you hear me now?
Yep. I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Yeah. Larry Elder had an interview with the Breakfast Club and didn't go too well for Charlemagne the Fraud.
Yeah, I saw pieces of that interview about how Larry Elder called out Charlemagne. Yeah, I saw it. Pieces of it.
Yeah, let's not get it twisted. I would never vote for Larry Elder, but credit where credit's due.
Yep. Oh yeah. So you learning how to do 3D modeling? What you learning tonight?
Oh yeah, I've been playing with Blender for years.
So is Blender better than the commercial products, or is it just more popular?
It's getting there.
Okay.
It's getting there. I think it'll probably overtake their commercial products when they get their scripting together.
Mm.
That's what kind of keeps Maya ahead. Their scripting, the scripting just speeds things up. Now there's a lot of good. Don't get it twisted. There's a lot of good add-ons for Blender, but when they get their scripting to the level of Maya, I think they'll be a force to reckon with.
Yeah, because I think don't Maya and 3ds both use Python?
I think they use their own kind of scripting language, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's been a minute. I think Maya used something called Maya script, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not Python; it's something else.
Yeah.
Blender uses straight Python.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I've been actually I'm not gonna do it tonight because I've had enough of Priscilla, but I've been reviewing that video of the breakdown. Women's perspective. That look on Sister George's face is just priceless.
Speaking of which, I was just about to do some video editing, cut those parts out so I could start making shorts. I was just
Yeah,
about to do that.
Oh, as you pointed out, I had to call her out on the chord thing. I was like, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I guess what she's trying to say, but she just yeah,
Yeah, I was like, he's like, you're
kind of
not
hard to
very smart,
program
are
without the
you?
USB cord.
Yeah. Well, technically, you can program through Wi-Fi, but the cord is
That's
faster.
not a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. Because especially when most of your programs are at least like 30 megabytes, especially if you're programming for current Android and stuff.
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't even know what the workload is for the Apple
I have
products.
no Yeah, I have no idea, especially for like the cross platform cross platform softwares like Flutter, Dart and Flutter,
Oh
and
yeah,
Xamarin and Maui and stuff like that. Yeah, you need a cord for that. Um, yeah, I mean, but the women that she's preaching to is not going. Most of those women are not going to know that stuff anyway.
right,
So
exactly.
yeah,
But I was like, ooh, lady, you kind of behind. I thought you were supposed to. I thought you were supposed to be intelligent. I thought they were supposed to be the most educated, as they call it, quote unquote educated.
education means nothing if you're not using it for any use. I mean, knowing stuff
Precisely.
without using it is useless. Electron, well, Electron has fallen out of favor by a lot because it uses a ton of system resources. I mean, it was great, not great, but it was a good idea
Isn't
when it
that
first
isn't
came
that
out.
the JavaScript framework where you can build desktop apps and stuff?
Yep. I think Adam was built on top of it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was really
VS
popular. Go ahead.
actually VS Code is built on top of it, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me check on that.
Yeah, that's what they use.
Is VS
VS Code is built
Code
off Electron.
built and corrected? What am I thinking that was terrible? Was it Electron? Um, I don't know. It's if it's not Electron, it's one of those cross-platform SDKs that takes up a ton of system resource and makes it very inefficient. Um,
Are you thinking about React?
no, not React, not React.
Okay,
Um, Ionic. That's what I'm thinking about.
Ionic. I've never heard that one. But okay,
Yeah, Ionic has it's the same idea as Electron, but yeah, kind of fell out of favor when it must
okay.
eat up all your system resources. Um, but yeah, is that a first year Latin background? No, no. This is just my art made for Mid Journey. Speaking of which, I but got my time reset today.
Hmm.
Um, Ionic is for apps. Ionic can be used for
How much
apps.
does
It can be
Midjourney
used.
charge to do that for each month?
So, I mean, they have a $10 tier, but I mean that's 200 or 500 images, which is terrible. Because you go through five, like every grid of four, like that's four images, and you go through that in 30 minutes, 500 images in 30 minutes.
Wow.
So the $30 tier is 15 hours of fast time, which renders like I don't know 5 seconds or so.
Wow.
Um, so yeah, there are other tiers. There's a $60 tier for double with like um 30 hours of fast time. And then there's actually $120 tier for triple the fast time, but
Mm.
only the hardcore artist uses that. But yeah, I need to get my Stable Diffusion game up because Mid Journey is getting worse and Stable Diffusion is just getting better.
Yeah.
Adam was
And
nice
it's
for a
open
while, but
source.
yep, but I switched to VS Code because of the extensions. Yep,
Yeah. Oh, VS Code has some good extensions. Yeah.
yeah, Sublime and Atom were like the best IDEs until VS Code came out and
Yeah.
killed both of them.
Who would have ever thought it came from Microsoft? Oops.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. When they came out with VS Code, they just flattened everybody. I was like, damn.
Hmm. So what's new in your world, man? What projects are you working on?
Oh, trying to get back into web development
Okay.
and make some money. Everybody's going with React, but I'm just not feeling React, man.
It's
It's too much. It's too much overhead.
it's the pretty girl. You right about that. It's the pretty girl at the prom currently though.
Well, that and I keep hearing from other developers they change every 2 or 6 months, and that's just not. I just gave an email to BGS about that. That's just a lot of JavaScript developers getting burnt out by that. They innovate every 2 or 3 months. They got something new. They new and approved makes this other thing obsolete. I'm like, okay,
That's just the nature of the beast.
yeah.
I'm
I'm
still
trying
waiting
to
for.
do
Go
some
ahead.
more research on JavaScript components where it'll actually allow you to write your own HTML to agree. It's real complex, but
What you mean, like a code generator?
it allows you to create your own HTML tags
Oh,
and
oh.
actually add it into the HTML. I'm also trying to look at HTMX is it's a new library, JavaScript library where you don't have to do a lot of behind the scenes JavaScript coding. It just you kind of just update your HTML with properties,
Hmm.
and that kind of looks interesting. It's gaining steam. It's called HTMX.
That's cool.
Also, thinking about learning Laravel with PHP.
Yeah, another pretty girl at the prom.
Yeah,
uh,
but I like PHP, so may as well learn Laravel.
oh god, the last guy that likes PHP on the planet.
It's gotten better. They've had
It
some.
has gotten better.
8.2 is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah.
8.2 was actually pretty impressive. They've added the read. They caught up with everybody else and added read only classes, which is kind of their version of the of records that that you find in C sharp, where it's designed to be read only. You instantiate it, then it's read only.
Yeah.
You can only initiate it, which works for transferring data and stuff. It's like a lighter class, really.
Right.
Well, actually, technically, it is a lighter class if you know how to refactor that stuff. It's just a lighter. It's just a class with some special stuff in it.
Hmm.
It's not wrong. They do now. As I think they added in C sharp 10, I believe. They do have record structs, so the structs can be records too. But
Mm.
the record by itself, the new record is just a specialized class that's designed for functional programming.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Uh
What's going on,
oh.
transportation?
PHP will never die as long as Apache is still around.
Right.
As long
Right.
as Apache is still the backbone that runs
Yeah,
these,
you're right.
the runs these what do you call it? These not connectors. What you call it? Routers. These
Yeah.
big routers. PHP will never die.
Well, that and
As long,
while WordPress is still around, PHP will never die. Probably never die either.
I mean, basically, PHP was designed to work with Apache. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
in SQL. So as long as that stuff is, as long as the
MySQL.
Apache's
Yeah.
still around, is yeah. As long as that Apache's still around till it's replaced with Apache, I think PHP will never die, in my opinion.
Did you get my email about the JavaScript?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think this is an impact of your AIs. Okay. That you're gonna get faster iterations
Yeah.
because
Oh,
people can
great.
write code. The thing is, can AI debug its shit? That's the problem.
Ooh.
Because
Yeah.
anytime you iterate, you got to debug, and that's what people are forgetting.
Mm.
Oh yeah. You gotta test that shit.
You got to test that shit. If you iterate every 2 to 6 months, you have no time to find all the bugs. You start getting spaghetti code after that if you iterate too fast.
Businesses are not going to move that fast, though.
They can't. They can't.
Right.
Yeah. That's why. Well, actually, that's why a lot of businesses are stick with PHP and
Yep.
more consistent stuff.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, because it's been proven. Basically, you had all the bugs pretty much shaken out of it, and that's what businesses want. An exploit has probably hurt them worse than them taking advantage of some little new innovation.
Yep.
but yeah, so Larry Elder's running for president, huh? Oh well.
Why not? Why not? They're doing what the Democrats did in 2020. Had a lineup. Everybody, what is it? All comers race.
Yep.
Why not?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't get through the whole interview because basically Larry. I've heard Larry Elder before. He's Larry Elder. You're not gonna change his mind. So what's the best of? I didn't understand the angst with some of the interviews. Like you're not gonna change that man's mind. What are y'all doing?
They thought they could challenge him. That's what they thought, and they're not equipped because that's not their stilo. They're entertainment, right? And you're an entertainer trying to challenge a political pundit. It's not going to work out too well.
And I had to give Larry Elder his credit. That line about Joe Biden, it was devastating.
Yeah, and that was a little one. He could have gutted him, but he didn't. He just basically he reminded him of his foibles and then told him to sit down. Basically,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
interview
And
interview
as
interview the man, give him some questions, let him say what he's got to say, and move on. Trying to challenge him, he's going to take your head off. You're not
And
equipped.
as Z pointed out, he could have challenged him on Hillary Clinton and that hot sauce crap too.
He could Larry Elder could have pulled out a whole bag on him, but the thing is, he wants to. If he does that, he probably won't be invited back. And a lot of shows that he needs to be on, like just like the Breakfast Club, he won't
Right.
he won't be on if he does that. So, what happened to your universe? You just bounced? Okay, all right. He
Uh,
was keeping you company. Okay.
okay. Okay. But yeah, we live in some interesting times. I think it's interesting
Oh
that he's in the
yeah.
race.
Oh yeah. All comers, man.
Well, since you're up here, the Maui situation, wildfires.
Okay. What about him?
Um, well, I'm glad that manager got fired. They say he resigned. He got that motherfucker got fired.
Okay.
Well, he didn't put the alarm out when those wildfires were happening.
What was the reason? Did he say?
He said it wasn't in the he claimed it wasn't in the policy or something. Let me
Okay.
find that video.
Okay. In other words, I've seen this before. It's never gotten out of hand. There's nothing to worry about, right? Until it is.
Yeah, it got real on the hand. It's up to about 100, over 100 dead and 1,000 still missing.
Yeah, it's one of those things, um, if you raise the alarm and people have to evacuate, you keep them safe, but they're pissed because they had to move out, and what you got them out the house for was not that big a deal. So you do
Yeah,
you
well,
over do you
here's
err
the
on the side you err on the side of safety or what?
yeah. Well, here's the thing. The other thing is, this fire must have been real bad because they said people were jumping into the ocean just to escape it.
I believe it. I believe it. Got out of hand.
All right, let me. Hey, Toya.
Good
There,
evening.
there she is.
Hi.
Hmm.
It's still Leo
Hello.
season.
I know that. I noticed the shorts.
Yeah.
I can't watch him, but I noticed the shorts. He said, "Oh, that's
Oh,
Toy.
BGS, the
I
next
can't.
one.
I can't watch him."
Oh, the next one, I'm going to tag you in it because it is for your eyes only. But
Ooh. Okay.
I wanted to add to this
Ooh.
conversation by saying
Uh-huh.
that I think it's mighty coincidental that the alarm was not blown, but these are some of the same folks that were affected that refused to sell their homes. And
Mm,
also, the celebrity homes in the area remain unscathed.
mm,
Just pointing that out.
mm.
Yep.
You know what, Toya? This sometimes happens because um, when people build homes, they build homes on odds of something happening or not. Like people, like in
Yeah.
Houston, they'll build homes in a floodplain. But
Yeah.
said, okay, what's the odds of this this area flooding, right? Maybe once in 100 years. We can take those
Right.
odds, but they'll make the houses cheaper. So the cheaper the house,
Mhm.
the cheaper the insurance. The city will
Hmm.
the state or the city will allow it and said, okay, the risk is there, but it's acceptable. Do you want to build a house here? Okay. Whereas a rich person says, I'm building a $3 million house. I want to make sure I build it in the safest spot I can. So the rich people have the money to spend more money on land that's prime that won't get flooded or burned down. So they build it way away from places
Hmm.
where they're in danger.
I completely see that, and I
Mm-hmm.
raise you the fact that there was more development ideas in the places where those 100-year-old homes existed.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was by design with reference to being able to have access to that land, but also force them into selling by not even having the home upright any
Could
longer.
be, could be,
So
could be. It
Yes.
could be.
Let me play this. Let me go and play this.
We have to check his bank account. We can't barely hear it.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
So the question is
You
around
hear it?
siren use, clarification on that, noting that wildfire use for sirens is stated on the website. Mahalo.
The state-owned outdoor siren system is a tool that we can use, and we've used in the past. However, in a wildland fire incident, the system has not been used either in Maui or in other jurisdictions. In this case, our internal protocol is to use WEA, which is the wireless emergency alert system, and the EAS, the emergency alert system. WEA sends alerts to uh, by text messages to cellular phones, and the EAS sends messages to both television and radio. Local notification system sends messages via text, voicemail, and or landlines. Counties in the state of Hawaii will tell you that sirens have not been used for brush fires. It is our practice to use the most effective means of conveying an emergency message to the public during a wildland fire. And it is the WEA NES along with other local mass notification system called MEMA alerts.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is, were the alerts sent out?
Very patient.
Go ahead.
Were the alerts sent out?
no,
Is protocol, they weren't sent out?
no.
So the text message didn't go out to the people.
No, they
I
weren't today.
think, yeah, I
It's
think that's what the dispute is.
mm-hmm.
He took too long to notify folks.
Okay. Okay. But the thing is, the houses would have still been burnt down. The people would have been preserved, but
Fact,
the houses still would have been burnt
fact.
down. Yeah. So what I'm saying, so what you're saying is that the notices went out too late for the people to actually save themselves.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Also,
Because
there's been
what-
they're also saying that a lot of real estate developers have been harassing the residents, to sell their property.
they probably have, but the thing is that um, if it's a wildfire, you can now if somebody caused it, like it's arson or something like that, and you could prove that it was arson and somebody said it, okay, which is no matter how bad you want property, you don't want that to happen. You have to be nuts, okay,
Right.
because
Yeah,
trust
I
and
think it's a
believe
natural disaster. So.
those things can't be prevented, okay.
Hmm.
Those things can't be prevented. So say that it's a conspiracy. Yeah, if you can prove that somebody set those fires, okay. But thing is, I don't think you know, the house is going to get burnt up anyway. It doesn't matter, right? The thing is, do the developers just want people to die in the midst of this? Okay, I don't think that's what they want. Well, who knows? Okay, if homeboy can get caught and he can find out, and his trust and believe, they're gonna look. Okay, if something like this, okay, they're gonna look at your bank accounts. They're gonna
Yeah.
look at your wired accounts. If you got any kind of money from anybody, any place else like this, Trust and believe they're coming after your ass, not only locally but federally, because the feds are in on this one. So
Forgive me, but I think in 2023, human casualties are not that big a deal to most corporations.
yeah. What's its incentive to actually help people die on his watch?
They're
Yeah.
people of color and
No,
the
no, not to take this kind of hit because they're gonna look, they're gonna look. So what's your incentive to put your job and your reputation on the line for this?
fresh
Unless,
towards land.
unless you're nuts, okay? Unless you're absolutely nuts, and then they'll find that out too.
Yeah.
So I would chalk this up to human error unless there's some other kind of evidence, like you can actually tell or where this stuff started, that you can actually tell that it couldn't have started any other way other than human intervention. Then I can say, okay, now you got something. Okay, is there a money trail? Because if I'm doing it, I don't care how racist I am against people of color, right? If I'm doing it, I'm gonna put my ass on the line, and where I could go to jail, there got to be some money involved in this, and more than just a few dollars.
Yeah.
If I'm doing it, that's where humans work. I don't care how racist the dude is. Nobody's gonna do that, risk jail time and reputation and all this other kind of stuff just and get nothing for it unless he's like completely off his rocker.
Yeah. They've been hounding Biden because he said he's going to give a $700 stipend to per family, not per person, but per family.
hmm He's got no money. Where's he gonna get his money
I
from?
know. I know. He's busy funding this
I know.
proxy war.
Man, man. Okay, you got a fire. You got too many people getting ready to well, 2 million or up to 8 million people get dumped out on the street homeless, right?
Yep.
You're gonna have a job recession. You got a war going on. You got currency battles going on, man. Right now the fire in Hawaii is low on the totem pole. Send what's your name out there? She ain't doing nothing.
Kamala.
Kamala, send Kamala out there, yeah.
Well, actually, to be fair, he's going on Monday, so.
Well, that's what he normally. It takes about a week or two for a president to
Yeah.
actually go out there. Even if you look at go back to New Orleans during the flood, right? The Katrina. Okay, it took him about 3 weeks to get out there to the disaster area. I remember when Obama had the oil rig, right, where the oil rig was actually pumping oil into the
Ocean.
into
Gulf
the
of
ocean, right?
Mexico.
The Gulf of Mexico, man. It took him about a month to actually go out and visit, right? He was pissed, but so this is
How
not
long did
unusual.
it? How long did it take for W to show up at the ground zero
Of what?
after 9/11? How long did it
W
take them to get there?
the WTO or what are you talking about?
No,
He's talking
George
about W.
W.
Bush.
George W.
Bush.
I said
W
W.
W
Go-
Bush. It took him about 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's about 2
It's
weeks.
yeah,
And then
okay.
there was
Right.
you go watch the Spike Lee documentary When the Levees Broke.
Yeah.
And it talks about how Ray Nagin was having him hold up because he wanted to take a nice shower on
Yeah.
Air Force One before he met him. Like the president is not the problem. The problem is there is somebody who knows if something went wrong, who was responsible for it. And that's happened on some of these different type of things where people have been caught and then disappeared, but they don't really publicize it. Like Enron was a good case of that.
Mhm.
But you can't prove that it happens. It winds up coming out after the fact, but people's memories are not that long.
Mhm.
That's the big thing.
The thing is that this, I mean, it could be a conspiracy. There's always people vying for position, but normally wildfires are wildfires. Okay, now, and normally people are negligent, and I think this is negligence. Because it did go out. Did it go out on time? When did it go? It went out? Did it go out on time? Okay, and what made him delay? What made the person delay actually sending out the alert?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What was it? What was the decision that was made?
Yeah. Thank you, DS, for the $20 cash app for the BGS and Leo tax.
Yeah, because you look at COVID, man. What New York did, man. It took
Yeah.
like 60,000 people to die before they decided to really do anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This
Thank
is
you, Governor Cuomo.
yeah, that was Governor Cuomo, and this is not this stuff happens all the time. Okay, so the amount of people
Yeah,
that
that's true.
died during this is, I mean, it's always tragic when people die. Okay,
Right.
Uh-huh.
but trust me, man, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for people in Maui. I'm sorry.
I
Nope.
mean,
You gotta have,
they will, but it'll be forgotten in a week or two.
eh,
That's a big thing.
Maui's considered like it's like Beverly Hills burning down, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay, well, yeah, but you're rich, you're wealthy. It's a wealthy area. We don't
You'll
feel sorry for
rebuild
you.
easily without any problems.
Yeah, we don't feel sorry for you. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Who was it? It was like Colin Quinn. He was a comic. He had this special or one man show called Red State, Blue State, and he was describing each state and the connection that Hawaii has with the U.S. He said it's like it's a beautiful woman who lives away from you.
Hmm.
You like to spend time with her, but you can't be with her for too long. You got to get away from her after a few days. So that's where, especially with that distance. I mean, especially look at the distance from Hawaii from the mainland.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
How long
that's true.
how soon can you send people to emergency staff to help out and such?
Yeah.
They
You start looking at how it was
they,
formed.
they have planes that people need to get out. The thing
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
could
You
they
have a naval base over there.
could they get away from the burned areas in time?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that's an island that's constantly expanding because of the volcano flows and stuff like that. I mean, it's a different geography.
Yeah. What caused the fire?
That we'll
That's
never
the
know.
question.
Because
don't
you
know.
got to think it's a very lush area, so it's
Mhm.
not like somebody flicked a cigarette butt out. Like there had to be some serious burning to get that really cooking to get that damage that it did.
And not to mention the fact that they were dealing with high winds at the time, very high winds. They were actually keeping students out of school because school was starting that week because of the high winds. So that mixture with the high winds and that fire that came through there, shit, they didn't stand a chance. Everything went up like a tinderbox.
Yeah,
They didn't kill a power neither. So all those the external fires were coming from the power lines that was probably messing up. It was nasty.
they always find the cause, man. They always find the cause. These guys are experts at that kind of stuff. They always find the cause.
Sooner or later, you get the cause out.
You'll get the cause. It's just wondering, they really haven't had time to actually go back and retrace the steps of the fire yet.
Yeah,
Right.
it takes a lot of time to get back in there. I mean, I've known a couple of people who've gone in as what do you call it? The parajumpers, and they'll go
Smoke
in
jumpers.
and it, yeah.
Have the fire stopped, or are they still going?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna check.
I
I'm
don't know
checking the
that
news
either.
right now. I'm gonna check the news right
Well,
now and find out.
Once they get to stop it, then they can go in and investigate and see what the burn pattern is, and then they'll figure out where it started, and they'll look for material around there. And sometimes they can like guess. Most of the time, they can get like 60% of the time at the high end. They can get like a good approximation of what caused it.
Yeah.
Whether we know it and then if it gets identified and something gets done about it, that's up in the air. The $700 payment at one point, that's not a good sign. Like $700 being a one-way ticket off this island, you know.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing?
All right.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
it's good. Yo, speaking of wildfires, it's really intensifying the winter bridge over in Canada, in Western Canada, like the British Columbia. They're dealing with wildfires of their own. And also, they're also talking about Hurricane Hillary over in California, or Baja California, Mexico. The irony: you have the First Lady, or former Secretary of State, have a hurricane named after her. It is what it is.
Well, it's not named after her. They have those names plotted out for years and years and years in advance. But
yeah, just like who thought of Hurricane Terrence or Hurricane Bernie? Yeah.
Nah.
No, I just see the humor in all those names, but I'm still looking, trying to find it. Maui. Looking at Reuters about Maui right now. Still searching.
Hey, BGS, do you get my emails?
Yeah, man, that's depressing, Lewis.
What did he send you?
Prices on food.
Oh damn.
Rice is now $1 an ounce.
Let me pull it up since he's up here.
It's good, Snowman.
When he
What's
showed
going
us,
on,
I was
guys?
not very happy.
Y'all hit the
Oh
like.
dear.
Y'all hit the like button coming in, y'all. Since you guys are
Hey,
showing up.
BGS,
Yes,
with
sir.
with the emails you just got, forget a curveball that ain't curving or a knuckleball that ain't knuckling. That's a screwball that just screwed us.
Ooh.
Ouch.
They ain't lying.
That's
Oh
a that's
yeah. It's it's in the dirt.
that's a Fernando Valenzuela special, and I'm talking about 1990 Fernando when he tossed a no hitter.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about that.
What in the Juan Guzman's Jerry Curl juice dripping and money up the mound?
Man, don't mention one Canadian Guzman to me right now.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Number
Guzman.
Juan
66.
Slow Motion Guzman. Because I got family in Toronto, so anytime we talk baseball or we talk
I
about
know.
life, I have to use baseball references sometimes.
I know
Mhm.
one of the human rain delays and the
Anyway, it says here,
price of food and price of gas. That's all I have to say about a screwball.
I would say,
pricing.
speaking of fires, I did see Earth, Wind, and Fire last night.
How are
Yeah,
they doing,
fun.
man? Since they're in their 70s. How they doing?
They are definitely in their 70s. But
Okay.
they played a very good show, and it was
Nice.
it was a senior tour, it seemed like, but they sold out. It was a packed arena. It was a good show. Lionel Richie.
I was 20 years old when I first saw Earth, Wind, and Fire live.
Wow.
20.
Where'd you
Nice.
see
Hey
them play?
Jules,
What's up?
Jules,
Yeah, what's up?
the snowman asked you a question. Where'd you see him play?
I was
Oh,
asking BTS, where'd you see Earth, Wind, and Fire
oh,
play?
Earth, Wind, and Fire. It was
Uh,
the Los Angeles Forum, man.
Okay.
Okay,
The
BGS, he meant
Forum.
Julian.
Oh, Julian. Okay.
The fabulous Forum.
The Fabulous Forum.
Don't forget the Great Western Forum or any other. It's the
And that was
fabulous.
fabulous. Oh, he hadn't bought it yet.
Lawrence Tander's words. The fabulous Forum.
Yeah, Fabulous
Mm,
Forum. Yep.
nice.
My question was, there's this one song.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's called "Get Away,"
Yeah.
and they've been doing this for the last couple of decades. And
Mm-hmm.
at some point, in the song, you end up having a base off between Verdine White and Moore's Pleasure.
Okay.
And they go. So it's like you guys remember like Verdine White sometimes just do like bass solos and such. So if they played that song, I was wondering if they played that song when Julian saw them. And Verdine White.
Thank you, Jules, for the cash app.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
What's up, Jules?
What's up?
Quiet night.
What's up, guys? How the guys doing?
All right.
Hey,
What up,
G.
G?
Man?
What up,
Come on,
G?
G.
Hey, yeah, man. I barely made it out of Texas, man.
What's going on in Texas, man?
Man, after Bud beat Spence up, them boys wanted to kill us in Vegas that night, boy.
Oh.
Hey, man, we thought we was about to go. We almost like, man, we should have brought the guns. We thought, Vegas zero tolerance. We didn't know he was going to beat Buddy up like that.
You doing the most.
We was coming out the Bellagio, think, man, we arguing. We like, man, these niggas like 100 deep out here, boy. It was only like 20 of us from Omaha, but it was like 100 dudes from Texas, like waiting outside the thing, man.
Damn.
I said,
You know
man.
what, G?
Look
at it this way. Do you remember UFC 229 in Las Vegas? Conor versus Habib?
No, I wasn't. I don't do the. Man, listen.
You don't do UFC?
like
Okay.
combat sports. Listen, we went to the Bud fight because it was Bud. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So they was like, man, we going to the Bud fight, man. Wooty wah bam. And we had been to the other fights, you know, I'm really not a boxing fan, so I didn't know.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't really know what I was walking into. You feel me? So
Okay.
I was just going because.
Let me.
AB, pull up these pictures real quick. It's only got about 4.
Okay.
No, you can keep talking. Y'all can keep talking.
Yeah,
Okay.
like I didn't really know what I was walking into, right? So my bro was like,
$26 for lamb chops.
They got on meat.
$10 for chicken. Okay.
Oh my God, chicken thigh fillets.
$4.49 a pound. Okay.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah, I'd say my average increase of groceries over the past 3 years has been about 21.5%.
Yep, sounds about right. Mountain Dew, okay, for a 12-pack, $9.29.
What?
Gotta give me soda.
High? Like, is that considered high?
It's very high. Yes.
For a 12-pack,
like,
yes.
For 12-pack. These
last year,
$3.99.
Last year that was $5 and change, and the year before that it was $3.99.
$3.99. Yeah.
Where's that at? California?
It's eggs, right?
This is DC.
It's eggs.
This is DC, right?
Yeah. No, this is New Jersey.
Oh, Jersey. Sorry.
$6.99 for eggs.
I forgot Louis is in Jersey.
Well, they gotta pay $6.99 for a dozen eggs.
No, I think it's 24. I think is that 24
for a carton of eggs?
18.
Huh?
That's
18.
Okay.
Dozen and a half.
Woo.
Wait, how much?
Can I say? Am I allowed to say something right quick?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Stock up on your cold and flu right now. Stock up on your first aid. If you're a coffee drinker, you might want to buy it now. It might be problems getting turkeys for Thanksgiving.
Oh dear.
Also, due to the aluminum shortage, you might see disruptions in
I'm not gonna lie,
canned food and
let him
regular
finish.
canned foods.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I still got rice from COVID. I'm not doing that shit again, man. Like I turned into a prepper for like 8 months. I still got rice, man. I'm cool. I'm not stocking up on nothing. I'm just gonna pay the price at the store,
man. And ramen noodles will be going up big time.
Not ramen noodles.
I put mine in my.
Wow.
Oh yeah, because the wheat's gone up. Yeah, without wheat,
that's
wheat
true.
Oh.
Well, may as well stack up with some ramen noodles. I'm just saying.
I got celiac disease, but
man.
I'm glad I'm over here. But yeah, I see what y'all going through. I mean,
so is it cheaper over there, Neymar?
No,
not really. But fortunately for us, you know, we have like these like some of the whatchamacallit, supermarket chains. They're part of a certain reward system programs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you have memberships to some of these programs, membership programs, like like for example, there's one. It's called Coop. It's co-op. So if you have a membership, you get like a certain reduction in your grocery bill, and also you get like coupons and whatnot. So you can pay with that instead. You can get like a reduction in on the price of certain things. So just to this afternoon, when I went grocery shopping, hang on, let me get the. Fortunately, I got the app, so I have the receipts in the app. And let me just go through. Yeah, my receipts for today. How much was it?
I can still buy 20 pounds of legs and thighs for $16. Okay, sound like
that's a good deal.
That's a real good deal.
But is it chicken?
And also, you might want to cherry pick everywhere, like especially hit those 99-cent stores. My sister, she's a store manager at Family Dollar. So I've been telling everybody go store to store. And as a matter of fact, I'll probably do it Monday. Since I got 50 subscribers on my channel, I'm going to start doing videos comparing prices.
Yeah, pimp your channel, man.
Showing stuff. I'm in the here. I'm on my phone, so
okay.
I got you.
Yeah, just email it to me, man, and I'll when you get time, and I'll put it up on my community tab.
All right.
I mean, is food really expensive in California right now, BGS?
Say what?
Is food really expensive on the West Coast?
It's reasonable, but it's still rising, man. Just like every place else, it's not. I think it's not as bad on the East Coast, but yeah, it's reasonable. It's still rising. Like certain things, like I said, mahogany has been doubled, man, over the past, over the past year or so.
Hey, BGS, where you at? Where that hurricane is about to hit, is that any agricultural land in that affected area?
Yeah. Basically, Central California. Yeah, it's gonna, from
strawberries and lettuce, right? And
yeah, but the thing is, if it rains, that's good, because we know we haven't had rain in a while, so it'll actually make it cheaper, because our biggest thing is water.
Oh yeah.
Unless we get too much in the floods, but the thing is, it's probably a good thing because of the water.
Chinatown.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But like what Lewis was saying about
Chinatown,
because you guys have more than one supermarket chain, right?
Who?
So you can guys what?
Yeah, we
no, go ahead, Lewis.
No, in my area we have a ton. We have the dollar stores. We have Stop and Shop, ShopRite, and other like co-ops, food towns, and all that. So it's a lot of competitors. Like we the most densely competitive market in the nation, besides California.
All right.
Okay.
So my point in saying that is this. Here's something I did. I learned this from my mom when I first came to this country. And by the way, where I'm at, things are naturally expensive. But we'll get to that later. The first thing I did was I did some reconnaissance, so to speak. So I would go to certain stores and just like look at the prices there and to make a mental note of which is the best option to get, where I can get the most bang for my buck, where in each place for each particular item. So if I need certain things, I'll go to this store. If I need something this, that, and the third, I'm gonna go to the other one. If I need this, that, I'll go to the third.
Well, that term is called cherry picking.
Yeah, cherry picking, because I be cherry picking like that because I know which stores to hit to get what, where, and when. And fortunate for me, like I said, because I understand like all these like customer benefits programs that some of these like stores have, like, or any other thing like that. I'll exploit that to the max as best as I can. It's like, so with one of them, like there's like a bit of a rebate you get. The other one, they reduce your price as for membership. So that's how I've been able to like save enough for this, that, and the third. And try to stay under budget.
Well, this is the best way you can put your pulse on how the prices is. Like here in the United States, Walmart is the largest food retailer, and because they have so many stores, they have the power to dictate what they buy from the manufacturers compared to other retailers. Like, let's say they go to Mondelez, they're the manufacturer of Oreo cookies. The store I work for, we'll probably get Oreos, let's say a pack of Oreos for $3 at cost. Because they have such a large footprint across the nation, they could dictate and get the price for cheaper. And I tell everybody, check out Walmart and see what their prices is. And that would tell you pretty much.
Okay. You went out, Lewis.
Did he go out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he went
out.
Lewis.
BGS, I have a message for you.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
The better half says for you to give me shit every time I'm on here because of the comment you said some months back.
What comment was that?
when you remember when Jody said don't be when she thought I was on camera, and she said don't be showing my dirty ass house.
Oh, yeah, and I said, Are you married to a black woman?
Yes.
She's a black woman at heart.
Do you know how much she and I laugh at that every time? and she says, I know your friends get such a kick out of that. I said, Jody, honey, we laugh every time we talk about it because they know me and they know that how much shit that you give me a lot of the time, and the guys on the panel give me shit also. You, Charles, AB, and the rest of them. And she also knows it's in good natured fun because y'all have seen us, and you know about us being out and about and everything.
Yeah,
that's why that's like the biggest reason she loves us so much, because of the reaction when she said that, and you responded, and everyone heard it.
I said that's what a black woman would say. So you sure she's
yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly, especially
exactly what she would have said. That's a
well, she is from Indiana.
She took it.
Well,
listen,
I gotta say, man, that's what Troy Maxwell's wife would have said. They don't make that many black women like that anymore.
Let's see
that type of like, oh, my house, myself, like a lot more. Just
the fun part is she took it and ran with it, and we laugh at it every time, man.
You gotta understand, Dr. K is an evil genius in her own way.
Yes, she is. She is. But like I said, you guys know her, and you know how much she jokes around with me and I with her. That's why just being with her is just so much fun, because she's met a few of my friends and she know how much shit y'all give me. But it's the best. But that's one of the greatest things about it, you know.
She's a ballsy 5'3", a psychologist, and she's got a lot of spunk to her.
Oh man.
Yeah, real quick, 56 watching. I only got 34 likes. Get my likes up, please. And BGS tax in effect.
Can the snowman tax be in effect too?
Oh, already put your thing in the chat.
Stand by. But yeah, she wanted. She said. She said you are allowed and required to give me shit every time I'm on here.
Oh well, in that case, as if I don't give you enough shit on the show every week, every single day of the week, and every once in a while when you allow me on the show, and when you allow me on the Brian Snow show, even though you gotta let me in, because me and Vicola, come on, man, me and Vicola, we good cat, we good duo.
But I can't trust. Sick. I mean this jokingly. I can't trust you. You wind up being the human delay like Juan Guzman on the mound.
Slow mo.
if he doesn't get the right signal from Pat Borders.
Well, yeah, you're right, man. That's my OCD and everything. So I apologize for that.
Man, don't apologize. Don't even apologize. This is fun amongst brothers. That's why I love hanging out with you guys. And AB,
I apologize too much because I used to get emotionally abused that way. But yeah,
I just want to say, AB, you a fool with some of the videos you come up with.
What I do?
What haven't you done?
Which video are we talking about?
I'm trying to think. There's so many of them. Every time you do a short, and at the end of it, you yell into the microphone, make that make sense.
Oh well, yeah.
Wait a minute. He took your phrase, because you say that sometimes.
I say it. He says it more than I do.
Oh, okay.
And Master Teacher BGS just walks in and just surveys the scene, and he goes, "That's a knuckleball."
I mean, he sees the truth, but it's rhetorical.
Yeah, it is.
It's rhetorical, but he is asking a good question. And I'm like, a lot more people in general, but black men in specific need to ask that question of what they say versus what are the outcomes.
Yeah.
How does that make sense? Like, how does it really make sense?
Make that make sense.
And you don't really get it. Like, I'll say, I've worked on a couple of campaigns. I've worked in mostly in the state and local level. And it's much easier to do that type of stuff and see where your benefit can get. Like, you do something, you get something back. You advocate for something, you get something back. On the national level, man, unless you're trying to go up the food chain, it doesn't make sense for most people to follow that type of bullshit.
That's all I got to say.
Blue hell.
There.
Yeah, because it takes more people. It takes more people to actually enact something. You can't do it by yourself. Whereas on a local level, it's much easier. You have less people actually go through. Less
Right.
It is that, but on a state level, you get to understand what your state is about. Right? And then on a local level, you get to understand what your locality is actually about. And a lot of people don't realize that if they live in like a very military district, there's very different concerns from a democratic military district versus a very Republican military district, or like
That
a
is
very
true.
academic
That is
military
true.
district. You know, academic district. You know, like a college town that has like a very Republican side, or a college town that has a very democratic sway. Like it is very differently swayed. Like
it's like
if you're in North Carolina and you're at UNC Chapel Hill, it's purple, roughly purple, right? It leans red when you go 50 miles out, really like 10 miles out, really 10 miles out. Versus when you're in like,
you didn't have to even go 50 miles. I
know 50 would be like you're definitely very
years in
red.
Carolina.
Yeah,
You
but,
go
versus like Raleigh,
away
which
from
is
that
like
campus.
you once you understand how your state functions on a different level, and you get to know the people there, you understand it's not as cut and dry as they want to put it on the 6 o'clock news, or no, that's not accurate. On CNN, MSNBC, that is where a lot of people draw their opinions from. And you really shouldn't. You should get very local. Understand what your people are looking at. I remember the biggest thing that affected my childhood was a BRAC realignment when army bases were opening, closing all around the country, and there are millions of people I knew who just like had to move up. And I just remember one of my best friends had to just move from, mid-Atlantic over to like upper Northwest.
Really?
Just because of that. Yeah.
Wow.
Just because that base closed, this base open. Coast Guard here, Air Force there, all these bases. Like America is, people say it's a corporation. It is a series of institutions, a lot of them. And you have to understand how they interact and how much they affect your life.
Yeah.
You're making too much sense, sir. Too much sense.
Yeah.
Using logic, sir.
What do I was going to say, what does AB or BGS often say? Why are we using logic here?
Why wouldn't you?
Why are we throwing up?
I think emotion has its place, but not in every single aspect of your life.
This one's for BGS. With all the logic that's being spread around this panel, why are we throwing a fat fastball right across the plate? Why are we kicking into Nolan Ryan 100-mile-an-hour gear?
Well, it's better than a slow hanger, man. It doesn't drop.
It's better than a 12. It's better than a 12-6.
Hey, so BG,
I hope you have your soundboard ready. I gotta ask the question.
What's up, AB?
Yeah, wait a minute, Namer.
Okay, he said soundboard. He says get the soundboard ready. Soundboard's ready.
Okay. Well, this is a good soundboard. So they indicted Trump again, huh?
Oh, again? Yes. How many did they make now?
4. And about 90 charges.
when people ask me was Trump going to run again, right? And I said he got to beat all these legal cases first, right? Now, believe me. Guess what? And 2 years later, guess what? He's got to beat these legal cases.
He's got to beat these legal cases, exactly. And
how long is it going to take is a question.
Whether he can run while he's going through these trials or not, that's gonna be a question. The thing is, these dogs, what does the public say? Will they vote for him anyway?
This one's for everybody, and Sid, this is for you. This is for you and AB especially. All I got to say about all that is this:
what in the all types of blue hell?
Exactly. Oh, shout out to Chris Bass. When does Chris have his shows, by the way, Snow?
Fridays.
What time? What time in Chicago is it?
5 p.m. Eastern.
5 p.m. Eastern. That's 11.
He's having his own show. Cool.
No, he has his own show. But is it on YouTube? Is it on Facebook or does he have a YouTube channel?
Facebook.
Okay, I gotta find it.
Facebook.
Because, Chris Bass, when he talks, you gotta love what he says sometimes, especially
if I play this one.
What in the all types of blue hell?
I got to couple it with this one.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Rest in power to the guy.
R.I.P. Rest in power to him, indeed.
I have to. It's now become a point where I have to couple those two together.
Oh man,
Classic line.
Chris Bass and Kevin Samuel. Imagine if those two were. Remember if Kevin Samuel was on Chris Bass's show.
Oh,
The conversations they be having.
You know what? That would be a
Mhm.
marathon that everybody would be donating to, and they wouldn't stop. You wouldn't have to put a timer on the board. All you would have to do is put a microphone in front of Bass and a microphone in front of the Godfather. Turn all your recorders on, turn the cameras on, and sit back and watch the fun.
I mean, especially like but then again, one thing I know for sure, Kevin Samuels would have been given and Chris Bass props after props for his fedoras. Because ain't nobody can rock a fedora like Chris.
No. And I've seen Bass do it in person. Bass and I used to work together. I've seen him do it in person. Oh, as for everything with the Trump situation, I got a new sound for y'all, and it goes like this.
Stop the cap.
Oh man, when you guys gonna bring back the coffee cake, the cup of coffee where that says "Please stop the cap"?
I gotta ask Cole if I don't know if Cole pulled it or not, but if he brings it back, that sound will be attached to it.
Because I remember was it like remember that one time when we all got a chance to say "Stop the cap"?
Yes.
The first time I was on, and you remember what I said? You remember what I said? Please keep it under case.
Yes.
Keep it under case.
Keep it under case.
Y'all need to be saying that more often.
I remember the first time.
And I promise to bring some more Amber Alerts.
I remember the first time I had BGS and Charles on my show live one Thursday morning.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
You guys were discussing like what was it like LeBron? You guys were also discussing about the whole situation with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
That hour turned into 90 minutes, and we were all cracking up.
Yeah, we were.
we were all cracking up, and I'm trying so hard to stay within. And this is before we got the two television deals that we have. I'm trying to stay within like 120 minutes, but when I let BGS and Charles and Sick up on my panel at the same time, and there were like 10 of us, me and Cole just sat back and cracked up.
Hey, remember when Cole had his big 50th?
Had his
big 50 and his big 50th birthday?
Yes.
And we all were on it, especially because it was on a Friday with Chris Bass
we were
and everything.
acting a fool. I wish
we were, and
I wish BGS would have been with us. I wish BGS would have been with us, but I know it's early. I wish BGS would have been with us when we celebrated Cole's 50th birthday.
Oh, she sent me an email. I would have woke up.
Oh man, we were acting a fool that entire morning. Everything that Cole had put on the slate that morning, we didn't do it.
You couldn't. It was a festive day,
Yeah, we didn't. We didn't do it. I think we touched like one subject we had. The rest of the time we were all just falling out of our chairs laughing.
Hey, any day to laugh is a good day.
Yeah.
Yep. Especially
because
with
laughter is the best. Yeah.
Especially with all the craziness that's going on now. Surrounding us.
Yeah. Especially with all the stuff. I can't thank you enough for letting me have that chance to help when it was just me and Victor and we were just wild out, or that one time I was on Sports Sensei.
Hey, you guys pinch it for me, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, by the way, Master Teacher, remember that sound?
Mister, will you please wake up?
Well,
my favorite one is like
that should be your opening, right?
It is
right before you start the show.
It's part of our opening. It's part of the opening. I got I can't remember his name. Do it live. Who said that?
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly says that, and then I have Jody coming it with
Mister,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or how about when you guys come back from commercial? She's like, "Hey, Tall Man, they're waiting on you."
Actually, I got another one. I got this one now.
Mister,
Okay.
how do you operate this Twitter thing or this Instagram thing?
Oh, I remember this one.
You're supposed to know all this stuff. Anyway, welcome back to the show.
And if you remember when you come into the commercial, after I come in, that's when Cole goes like, "Well, Dr. K, with the Twitter thing works like this and everything."
That's when Cole puts the Southern twang on the Twitter and Instagram ID.
Well, he is from Houston and New Orleans, so yeah.
I did all those sounds, BGS. I recorded all those in one day. Because, like I said, we were watching a football game and it was the Saints and the Vikings playoff game. And all I had to hear Jody say was "insanity ensues," and my wheels started turning at 100 miles an hour.
And the smile on her face when she says, "How do you want me to say it?"
Yes.
With that evil, sadistic smile, she's like, "How do you want me to do it?"
Man, look, y'all. When I came to her and I said, "Would you record something for me?" And like Six said, that smile, that evil smile, when I this is when I had to record "Insanity Ensues." She looked at me and just had this 2-foot grin on her face and goes, "How do you want me to record it?" I said, "You know how that play for New Orleans happens?" She said, "Yeah, that." So we did "Insanity Ensues," and then I immediately raced back into my office and I wrote the other lines that y'all just heard. And when the one she did for the morning show to open the morning show, man, if y'all could have seen the grin on her face when I put in front of her, "Mister, will you please wake up?" She just looked at me and she goes, "How do you want this one?" I said, "You know, you have to like rush to wake me up if we wake up late." She says, "Yeah." I said, "Give me that one. Henceforth."
Mister, will you please wake up?
And she added the finger point to it.
with her hand on her hip like a black woman.
And then some. What does Snoop Dogg say? "Step up in this motherfucker, just a swing in my hair." There you go.
You know, you got a good woman when she's more than happy to be help out and everything. Huh?
Okay, I don't know.
Just read it, Bill.
Oh, Stephen
Whatever
Colbert.
it is, it's not right on the teleprompter. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that.
I know you haven't seen it because you have the IQ of a turnip, you hapless gorilla. Just read it.
Yeah, I can't read it. There's no words on it.
The words are right here. What's the matter with you? Are you blind as well as stupid? How can someone have a head that large?
This is
not anything in it. Is it just fluid up there? What are you doing with that hair? Did you just blow dry your scalp until it resembles a coconut? Is that what you were going for?
There's no words there. To play us out. What does that mean? To play us out?
Have you ever read Flowers for Algernon? You remind me of the guy in that story before he got smarter. You remind me of Lenny from Mice and Men because I think I should take you outside and shoot you before someone else has to kill you for being so stupid.
I don't know what that means.
It means you're so dumb, you're practically inhuman. You're like a baboon, but less clever.
What does that mean?
I hate you so much.
All right, go.
Don't yell at me. I'll bounce this binder off that half-deflated basketball you call a face.
That's tomorrow, and that is it.
Screw this up again, pal. We'll send you over to Fox News.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a...
Here it is.
I can't do it.
You are mentally handicapped.
We'll do it live.
You can't even get it right after 5 takes. Why would I agree to do it live?
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
No, fuck you. We're not going to do it live.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
How are you going to write it? You can't even read it. You troglodyte homunculus. Last chance. In 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
You want to?
Is he that?
Let's do this. Let's do this. Come on.
Get ready to fight.
Man, that was wild. I mean, you gotta love the improv in that one, but also the genius of how they were able to like take that scene and flip it and
Mm-hmm.
inject what he did.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be really creative to do something like that, and especially from the being what do you call that person with the mic and everything who's right beside the camera? He's not the cameraman, but
He's the
the
director.
director.
Director, yeah.
The director.
He was the
That's the director. Yeah, okay. I mean, imagine what it would be like if it was in the control room. The guys in the control room,
I got one better.
Mm-hmm.
The first year Jody and I met, I was covering high school football, and she did the last. She was in the booth for the last 7 games with me.
Uh-huh.
Her official role in the booth was director in the booth, and all she would usually tell me to do was just like point at my big bottles of water and say, drink water whenever I would go to break. And she looked at me and she says, I can't ever do what you do. I said, why is that, baby? She says, do you know how many cuss words I would have said on some of the plays that you've called? When she said that to me and we were driving home one night, I lost it. Because I can already imagine in my head if she was behind the headset with me,
mm-hmm.
I can just hear her going, what the fuck was that? And I'd lose my concentration.
She made what's his face who screams, "Are you kidding me?" sounds normal or sounds sane.
Paul Allen.
I think. Paul. Who's the other one? The one who said, "I think I broke my chair."
Oh, that was Rob Bramlett.
Yeah, imagine she just is. I ain't being mean to her, but imagine she'd be like slamming the chair, and she's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I broke my effing chair! What the hell?" Or in her case, she'd be like, "Did I break my chair?"
She'll look at She'll look at me several times over, and I can apply this to the conversation that we're having tonight about the surroundings, things surrounding us. Mr. Paul Allen, take it away.
Are you kidding me?
That's about all I can say.
Oh, how about the Popeye one?
Oh, I think I still have that one.
I'm Popeye Sailor Man.
No, not that one.
Actually,
the one where he before he breaks out the can of spinach.
I know what it is. And for everybody on the panel, with all the commotion that's surrounding us, from Maui to Trump being indicted again and everything like that, this is all you can say to it.
That's all I can stand, cause I can't stand no more.
Pretty much. Yeah, well, probably have to stand some more, especially if the brakes turn on this money system.
No, they're going to turn it on, man. It's already in motion.
Mm-hmm.
They have to, but it takes a while for it to actually become effective.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a minute. It's going to be at least a slow rollout over, I will say, the next 10 years or so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's about right.
They're talking about $55 to every dollar. Oh.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it doesn't matter what is it was $55 every dollar. That doesn't matter. The thing is, it'll actually get weighed out according to whatever whatever equivalency there is. It doesn't matter what is weighed in at. You think the ruble is like what, 8 cents every dollar? It doesn't matter.
BGS, you remember the joke is wild, do you not?
Yeah.
With everything that's going on, this applies.
Joker, as Cole would say.
It basically, yeah.
Does that not apply here?
It does apply here because that's basically what it is right now. Nobody really knows what's going on.
That's a blind spin. That's a blind spin. With everything,
it's a flying lie.
That's
not
all.
That
is. Thank you, Chris Bays.
That's a flying lie. Not a ground lie.
As long as it doesn't get too ugly.
True.
Yeah.
For if it gets too ugly, then I gotta invoke Paul Allen again.
Goodbye, baby.
And that's that.
Which is why you gotta give a lot of praises to the late George Carlin, because, like he said, you have no leaders, you have owners. Everything's been bought and paid for.
A long time ago.
They are. And like what he said, like, it's a big, and now they're coming for your Social Security. It's a big club, and you're not in
you
it.
ain't in it.
Yeah.
It's
Eventually,
a big club, and you ain't in it.
Social
And
Security
to
is one big
further,
debt.
I'm going, sorry.
Social Security is one big debt, man. They owe Social Security like $65 trillion.
Damn.
Probably will never get paid. Yeah.
And
no wonder they
fact,
want to do a Jubilee.
Oh yeah, they need one.
Yeah, Reagan took that budget out. He took that loan out, and I don't think it's ever been repaid.
It's never
been paid.
They keep their dollars come in to the Social Security system. They go right. They get rolled into bonds automatically.
Yep, it is a huge suck hole. It is a vacuum.
It's a
into nothing.
It's a sinkhole, is what it is.
You got people living longer, and then obviously you have a larger population, and obviously they're less healthy on average. They're only living longer because many of them are on freaking pharmaceuticals. So I mean, Jesus, at least to me, you don't have to be actuarial or a mathematician. I just wonder why people don't get it.
It was designed, the system was actually designed in Germany for people that didn't live to be 51. Okay.
Oh wow. 51.
51. That's what the system was actually designed for. When FDR actually set up the Social Security system, the average lifespan for people was like 45 years old.
Yep.
Wow.
Because it was a transition from the agricultural to the industrial. And we are post-industrial. So now you have
I didn't realize.
There's a good book that talked about the building of the Brooklyn Bridge, and they talked about how this is like 1890 something, and they talked about how they had to put these people in caissons and then lower them in every day, and the pressure was just like they would dig through bedrock all day, 15 hours, and it took almost a year and a half for them to get all the everything leveled off. But you'd have guys who were in an area, think about like a 12 by 12 room, right? And you'd have to go in, you have to take a piss in the bucket over in the corner of the room. You gotta take a shit in the bucket. You're gonna eat your lunch, you eat your lunch on the opposite side of the room of the bucket. But then you just start banging and banging and banging. And there's no Sudafed, there's no aspirin, there's no Tylenol, nothing. You just keep hitting and hitting and hitting all day long. 16 hours a day, and then they pull you up and you have to depressurize. And people would have their eardrums rupture, all this type of bullshit.
Oh man, ruptured ear,
right?
And imagine how long it took to recover from that.
You died
some
early.
Guys didn't. Yeah, some guys didn't.
There you go. Yeah. And with the Social Security, I mean, they changed the algorithm, man. I mean the calculation. I mean, the calculation. I mean, they went from your 10 highest gross years to they spread it out to 20. So, I mean, people don't know what the fuck's going on, man. And it's supplementary.
Yeah.
So
and then you put interest rates to zero, so you don't make any money off of it. Bonds don't make any money. And then also, guess what you do? You also add people that are so-called disabled to Social Security that shouldn't be on it.
Yep.
A whole bunch of stuff. They dumped a whole bunch of stuff on Social Security.
Yep. I've just learned so much about Social Security.
That's the only system that had, after 2008. That's the only system that really had any money. Social Security.
Well, no, that's not the only one. There's that and education, because they dump a ton. It's not effective. Education is not effective, but they always try to sidestep things into Social Security, police force, and education.
Wait. Police force you need for security, right?
You try to put a bunch of bullshit.
You need fire, police,
and
we really
there's a lot of
you
stuff.
need education. You need education because education is where you find out during COVID, right? It's your biggest, what do you call it? A child care system.
That's right.
Yes. Your biggest
child care
they said a lot of these children will not have lunch if they don't go to school, and so they made sure a lot of schools had lunch so kids could eat. Like that was a big thing that I don't think a lot of people picked up on.
Can the parents work if the kids aren't in school?
Well, see, the thing is, again, people don't. And that's why I say it all the time. People don't know shit about finance. I'm talking basic finance, basic accounting. They don't know shit, and they really bought into the two-parent, the two-parent household income, not understanding that statistically it's still the top 10% of income earners, and then there's everybody else. And then even within the top 10%, it's, we're talking states apart. I mean, in terms of, their purchasing power to countries, to planets. And people really aren't good with math. Like, they really don't understand the difference between the top 1%, 0.1, 0.001, and 0.0001. Like, they really don't understand it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about college fucking grads.
And then how it scales up over time. And you have to like really look at those tables to see what your earning potential is at X age. Let's say 20, 30, 40, 50, how much you're saving, investing in retirement. Because there's investments, and then investments in retirement are two different buckets. And then how is that going to pay off, and how likely are you to hit that? And how many gaps are you going to have too?
And that's why I say, right, because even the Social Security Administration, I mean, they show you typically what people make in a lifetime. So let's go on the high end, advanced degrees. Gross income lifetime is like 3.5 million. Think about that in your fucking lifetime. And people are, and the way people are talking like like people got money out here traveling and buying cars they can't afford. And this is why, at least for me, it's so simple for me to know that people are just, they're just working off of their subconscious. They really don't know what the fuck's going on. Like,
and
I
get a $500,000 house. How much is that going to actually cost you over the lifespan of the loan? 30-year loan, let's say 3%. Say 3%.
Even at 3%, you're still going to pay. I mean, your total is going to be at least $1 million, at least.
That's a third of your earnings.
Yeah. So see, just that alone, people can't fathom. Oh, your house is an asset. Wait a minute. That tells me you don't know shit about accounting. Are you sure it's an asset on the bank's financial statement? It's a liability on yours because you're not getting any fucking income.
Because where's the cash flow going?
You have to pay residuals for it.
Yeah, so but if you say that, you're the bad guy. We shouldn't have a house. No, I didn't say that. I said you need to sit down and look at the numbers. And I'm sorry, like, to me it's very simple. We don't even got to go crazy with underwriting. Whatever the fuck you make, the times that by 2, that's the max your mortgage should be. And a story.
Yeah. Oh wow, you're going you're that tight. Good for you.
Yeah, I'm real. Because think about it. You do that, and the average down payment is about 8%, right? So I say you can't afford a house if you even putting 20% down. So I mean, just that alone, you're most likely going to be at 35%, of your income, and that's most likely gross. I look at net because that's what the fuck goes home, and that's what you spend. So even if you're at 35%, guess where that takes you? 40-45% easy.
Unsustainable. You're one sickness away from being on the street.
Thank you. But I say that I'm the bad guy. Wait a minute. I'm telling you how to win. Like, and I'm saying this so people don't waste their time. Like, listen, if you don't have minimum 6 months reserves of your annual, living expenses, and I say all up to 2.5 years. People are like, why 2.5? Because a typical recession, that's how long it lasts. If you got that sitting, forget about any investments, for anything else, just sitting in a money market or what have you. Well, today it would be in a treasury. So if you have that sitting there, anything happen, are you going to be stressed out? Hell fucking no. And guess what happens? Prices either normalize or they get real low. Guess what? You got liquid cash now. You can actually invest. That's how you fucking get rich.
Yeah. What is it? You get rich off the blood in the street. That's where people get rich.
That's what we're doing.
But
because I think it was I think BJ just said one major illness away from being on the street.
You know about it.
After the past 2 years and dealing with 2 of them, we were nearly there, man.
But that's the number one reason. That's the number one reason people go bankrupt. It's not like debt. Well, excuse me, it's not credit card, homes, or anything else. It's fucking healthcare.
It is.
It's your health.
Very true.
And that's why I tell people, take care. Your health is the foundation. It's like, I'm not saying like you got to be a fucking elite athlete. That's how a lot of people, want to feel. It's like, listen, like That's all you got. That shit goes down, it's gonna affect everything else in your life. I don't see why that's so hard for you to see that.
That's a
real
trickle
quick.
down economy. That's a
Go
very
ahead, AB.
trickle down
Go ahead,
economy.
AB.
Real quick. Thank you, DT, for the cash app. Y'all continue.
Okay.
But people don't want to look at it that way. It smacked me. It smacked us. My entire family. It smacked us dead in the face.
Mm-hmm.
It smacked us dead, and it smacked us dead in the face. And what a lot of people don't realize, when you go through a major illness, or in my case, two of them, there's a lot of emotional investment involved too.
Oh yeah.
Because we had a great, Jody and I had a great talk today, and I told her, look, I'll do whatever I have to do. You know, if I got to get back in the workforce, I got to get back in the workforce, because, you know, my eternal fight with the state of Indiana until we move. You know, I just promised her, you know, I'll do whatever I have to do. And she says, if you can get something part time, or get something where you work from home as well as do your games, then go with it. And I said, baby, I will do my best to take the pressure off you, because Jody has carried this household for the past 2.5 years. Period.
Good woman.
She has carried this. She has carried this household for the past 2.5 years, and with some things I got coming down the pipe beginning Monday, including a broadcast I got from Soldier Field. I think in the next few months, I can pick I can pick everybody up here. But,
all right.
But it's a lot of time and emotion invested into your healthcare, and y'all don't want to see the bills that I'm carrying right now.
No, we do
Y'all
not.
don't want to see y'all don't want to see the bills that come to us.
No.
All right.
But I'm sure come Monday, when everything works out, if you think if they're gonna work out, you know, Cole's gonna be doing, you know, Mrs. Clump, and he starts clapping Hercules. Oh, I said it wrong.
Hercules ain't gonna have shit on me when I'm done. That's all I got to say. Ain't gonna have shit on me when I'm done. But
hey, Nema, I didn't see you on the panel for some reason. I just want to say I'm sorry for the loss of your father.
Yeah, thank you.
Heard that
you,
on my bike ride. I had to pull aside for a second because
I appreciate
that's
that.
it's a
very hard time. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
For me, I'm actually I made peace with that a long time ago.
Oh, he was sick.
In fact, he had a stroke back in he had a stroke, but he recovered for the most part. But the thing was, it affected his ability to talk.
Yeah.
But he was coherent and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, was it the last time I called home was the day before he passed, and my mother was worried about me because, you know, I didn't call. I was the last one to call, and I did that purposely because, given how chaotic the house was going to be because of our funeral traditions being what they were. When I finally called, she was like worried about me. She asked how I was doing. I said, I'm okay. I cried a little bit, but for the most part, I prayed. I said, thank you. I'm glad he lived to be 70.
Yeah.
This coming in about a week and a half from now, it would have been his 71st. But I'm glad, but you know, for the most part, we're just glad he's in a better place. He's free from his suffering.
Yeah.
70, but you know, I learned a lot from him because, you know, in fact, hang on, let me change my avatar for a minute.
I got my
If
dad.
I don't have it.
My dad was 72 when he passed away, and my mom, bless her heart, lived to be 82 when she passed away 2 years ago. Matter of fact, when we go to Chicago, it'll be the 2-year anniversary of my mom's passing, September 1st.
Yeah. Oh, that's my birthday, September 1st.
Salute
2 weeks
to
from
the
now, I
scene.
turn 41.
Well,
I just want to say, it's like
we're gonna celebrate for you when we go up to Chi-Town.
Thank you. But you know what? Me personally, you know, in the past 2 decades, there've been a lot of deaths. I remember back home in Eritrea, especially like, you know, like in 03 when they finally released the names of those who died in the border conflict. Some of the guys I went to high school with, well, I was in the service, you know, did my national service with and whatnot. I remember losing 3 uncles in a span of 8 months, which is kind of hard on everybody, but you know, all died of different circumstances. I remember like so many of us, because a lot of us, we have family members who made the journey across the Mediterranean. But
Yeah.
some families, they would have a funeral because they got the news that such and such didn't make it. They died on the way. And we understand the loss, especially when it's a young person. When they mourn, they mourn. But when it's an old person, they don't mourn so much because they like lived a long life. Should be respected. I mean, my grandmother passed like 3 months earlier this year in the spring. She lived to be 95, and she died in her sleep. And that's how my dad went out. He died peacefully in his sleep in his own bed. And I'm glad that I mean, he's gone, but he's with me no matter what. Because I learned how to be detached. That's why, like, unlike most of my brethren who were like worried about calling home every once in a while, I learned to be detached.
It's the memory.
So, no, it's not just the memory. I was prepared for this in a sense.
Okay.
I learned how about this.
Yeah, over time. Yeah, because he was sick.
Over time, how to be detached.
Yeah.
How to be detached from everything. Because it's
Yeah,
something that a lot of them have learned, because that's how many of them have overcome their generational traumas and whatnot.
Oh yeah, and you come from a place that loses a lot of people, so.
Even we've lost people even in the last couple of years, especially because our involvement in the next door with their civil war and such.
Yeah.
So it pisses me off. I mean, I don't want to get started on that war. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
Yep.
But,
Next
subject. But
next month it'll be 23 years since my father passed away.
Wow.
God, my condolences. I'm sure he prepared you, AB.
And it's been already been 10 years since my mother passed away.
God rest her soul.
Greetings, bro.
Somebody got something playing in the background? Okay.
I don't think that's me, but I almost yelled a couple times. I started watching the show From. It's a good it's like a horror version of Lost. This is very
horror version of Lost.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a big mystery.
I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, it's a big mystery, and I'm like, there's a lot of brutality. Give it a first shot. It's the black man from Lost. Harold Perrineau. He was the brother in the wheelchair from Oz, and he's I guess the de facto sheriff. And it's this small town in the middle of nowhere, and night falls, and then all of a sudden these people that look like Opie Taylor and Leave It to Beaver show up, and they turn into monsters. If they just walk up on you, but you have to get inside by nightfall. It's very interesting so far.
Okay, yeah,
3 episodes in, 4 episodes in.
It's
pretty good. From.
What's the name of the show? And where's it from?
Yeah, it's hard to look up because you have From TV series. You gotta find it on Amazon or Netflix or
Okay, if it was on Max, that would have been easier. But okay.
Yeah, Invincible's about to start back up in a little bit. Speaking of Amazon Prime.
That was a fun show. That was a fun comic to read because it was very brisk, and you could see the plot moving A to B to A to B. It was good, very good. Had a lot of good characters.
Yeah, I still remember watching that first episode. When you first watched the episode, like, okay, this is just a ripoff of the Justice League. Then the last 15 minutes, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
6 minutes in.
I was like, wait, are they really going to go there? Did they really? They're going to go there? When this person
they went there.
I was like, are they going to go there? I'm like, no.
Hit the alarm. And then all of a sudden, their version of the Flash comes in and moves. Their version of what would be Martian Manhunter, I guess.
Yeah.
Moves it out of the way at the last second, and then just wrecks havoc for 2 minutes, and then
you want to see ripoffs?
Amazing to watch as a cartoon.
Jules, if you want to see a ripoff of the Justice League, especially a live action one, or any other show or any other characters, check out Bollywood movies from the 80s. As somebody who grew up watching Bollywood movies, because I remember they had one movie where the main character was basically doing his own version of Thriller. Yeah. That was some funny ass shit.
Because a lot of times you're building A lot of times you're building a story around a scaffold, and then you're trying to hit the high
I gotta
points.
play it. Okay, Sick, I gotta play it with what you just described. I gotta play it.
What in the all type of blue hell?
Thank you. In fact, like I said on that 4th of July special, the 4th of July edition of the Sports Sensei Unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
I had to quote Chris Basin. With that, I asked Drew. Come to think of it, if hell is blue, does that make heaven red?
Oh wow!
Who would have? It's just like, to quote Alonzo Bowden, one of my favorite comics, who's a longtime Mets fan given he was from Queens. It's like when you look at red state, look at like every state. One's a red state, blue state. Who would have thought Crips and Bloods figured out how to cornered our political system?
The Red Sox and the Yankees, huh?
Yep.
Oh, that too.
Wait,
Damn
Yankees, blue hell, huh?
Wait. You're forgetting the public service announcements. We need the PSAs, Brian. We need the PSAs.
No PSAs.
Okay, I'll do them then. This is because
this is my PSA. This is my PSA on the red and blue hell.
What in the all types of blue hell?
That's my PSA.
No, because you mentioned Red Sox and Yankees.
They're from to play damn Yankees, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yankees.
And my other one
was in hell.
Bitch.
That's my
Juggernaut.
Well, yeah, you got the one from Wise, because Wise, especially Bizarro Wise when it goes off. Because, Cole had a couple of PSAs for everybody. Like, one was from Wise, said, "This is a public service announcement.
He hasn't done mine.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by Wise El Jefe. Boston. And then David 3000, another contributor, another affiliate.
Yankees suck.
His PSA, Yankees suck. He said to the list, Yankees sucks. Yankees suck. That was I remember I gave a PSA once. I was like, this is a public service now brought to you by Sick D, where I'm like, what y'all looking at me for? Y'all figure this out. That was a public service now brought to you in part by Sick D.
I already know what BGS's would be.
What's that?
BGS's the following is a public service announcement from BGS. This knuckleball ain't knuckling.
The math ain't mathing.
I
said math.
That will be the
math ain't mathing.
The knuckleball ain't knuckling and the math ain't mathing. Those are BGS's two announcements right there.
Or like when Michael Jordan finally beat the Pistons, right? He said, the Pistons world champion. He said, he flipped it around. Bullshit.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Who remembers the last dance in the locker room? That one scene in the locker room where Michael had the baseball bat with a cigar in his mouth. And he's talking about, people talking. It's easy to talk trash, when you leave, but the real dudes, they know how to talk trash when they're trailing and whatnot, because they're coming back from behind.
Yep.
Or that one time, forgot what was his name? I think one of the players, they talk about Kobe, said when the Lakers were 50 down, and the guy said, "Hey, this is a good game." Like, dude, you guys are trailing 50 behind. And next thing you know, he comes back and drops 55 on them. Or
love it. My one of my favorite Bulls games ever. MJ's double nickel at New York.
Oh yeah.
Look at LaShawn. Look at LaShawn's comment. And I'm just gonna sit back and wait for the laughter.
Oh boy.
AB, you have to look at LaShawn's comment that he just put up.
Could you put it up? Funny thing is,
pandemic and dollars lost didn't happen. Oh yeah. Chicks, they don't care, man. So, what have you done for me lately?
They walked around that entire time with these words in their head.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
Pretty much.
Oh, wait a minute. That Sick, this one's for you.
Okay.
That comment by LaShawn warrants this because of their attitude. Ready? And pull. Trash.
Oh, wait. You forgot the song, the ad hit song. Trash.
That's still happening. I'm waiting for that rush to be over. What's happening right now with them Let's see. What's the sound I played earlier? This one.
Joker. Oh, man, my OCD. You manipulate my OCD, Brian. You take it. No, you taking advantage of it. We played that. I'm just messing with you. But it's a lot of fun just being on the show,
there,
you know.
Like I said earlier, that sound right there illustrates everything that's going on around us right now.
Yeah. I mean, but thinking about it, I'm thinking like, you know, everything that I remember Patrice O'Neal explained was true. Also, Eddie Murphy in '87 with Raw. Because remember, he brought up the two songs. Janet Jackson's "What Have You Done For Me Lately," and what was the other song called? You Gotta Have a J.O.B. just to be with
nothing
me.
going on but the rent. Is that question? That is that song rather. Ain't nothing going on but the rent. And he put those two in the same sentence, which since 1987 has been their mantra.
And I remember, was it on the show we talked about? We were making like jokes about the time. Because I asked, what were y'all thinking after high school? And then somebody mentioned their phone number was 779-8311.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
At least we weren't talking about Jungle Love. But I did talking about jerking out. Wild and loose. Hey, everyone was wild and loose back in the days, BGS. You know that.
Wait a minute. You mentioned the song Jungle Love, which is one of my favorites by the time.
Jungle Love.
Jungle Love, yeah. Oh, wait. You remember the Amber Alert I gave?
BGS. I couple that song with me going to Northeast Missouri State in August of 1990.
You know what OEO comes from, right? Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
Yo. Yeah, that's where that's where it comes from.
That reminds me, BGS. Because I remember, was it on Cole's birthday? You know, when we had, that Friday when we had Cole's birthday and everything. I had to give him a special Amber Alert. Hang on a second. If I can say it.
Alerts.
Here we go with the Amber Alerts. Because everybody's always. And you remember, you guys would put up the milk carton with the Ben Simmons and everything. But anyway, this special one was this. Amber Alert. Ben Simmons was last seen in Houston in an after-hours club talking to a girl until she was snatched up by Ime Udoka. All the while, in that club, you saw a woman having a hard time communicating or conversing with James Stay Puft Harden, up to the point that she had to act like she was deaf and said, "I can't talk. Can you please read? I need to read your lips." So she had to break out an Afro pick. Was picking his beard. She was picking his beard. She was still picking his beard. She had to part it sideways just to see what his lips would look like. See what he said. Realized he had some ugly ass teeth. And walked away. And walk out.
Ask, am I the only one who imagines Snowman with like a Jerry curl? He's
damn, Jules, you ain't shit.
Oh, now you know what? Now I gotta bring up the Chris Bay story about the Jerry curl.
He's having a good. He's at North Missouri State, right? He's at the frat party, and he's just hanging out. He's got the. He's at the. Nice young blonde.
Oh,
lady
yeah.
walks up.
1990. With the drip.
You remember seeing? You know what? I remember a joke on Def Comedy.
Hey, Jules.
Okay,
it was 1990.
That's around the tail end of when I can remember seeing Jerry curls. Is like 91,
91.
Yeah. Like
I mean, thank God I didn't have one, but I did have a little fro growing at the time, but I didn't have.
Fro I'm fine with, but I remember a lot of brothers had that thing going.
This curl that I had was natural. This girl was natural.
Okay.
Hey, I don't hate either way. I don't hate either way.
Wait.
No, you look it back in the house.
Knee along anyone?
Yeah. She's 50, damn near 55, of course.
Yep.
Yeah. Who else you gonna get?
Ime okie dokie. Dear
Yeah.
God.
He's coaching again this year, right?
Houston Rockets.
Houston Rockets.
Oh yeah. She want to be in Houston, baby. She ain't missing out on that.
Yeah, a lot of strip clubs in Houston
this is
too.
too easy. This is what does Cole often say to me? The joke writes itself.
Oh yeah,
it does right. They do write themselves.
The jokes write themselves.
Speaking of the joke writes themselves, BGS.
By a show of hands. Oh, go ahead, AB.
Speaking of the joke writes themselves, BGS. Why is Tia still thirst trapping? like damn, just put the damn camera down. Take care of your damn kids.
Can I just say it here? Can I be raw?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because she's a dumb bitch. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
In response, BGS.
You're 45 years old. You got white girl genes in you.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, you're not good. You're gonna crack, baby. I'm sorry. Okay.
So she a bimp. Okay.
Okay.
That explains her dancer too, because that half white comes out. Go ahead.
Why did she get divorced in the first place?
And BGS, I couple your statement and your question with a sound that is heard being delivered to her when she tried thirst trapping.
Tiger uppercut. Pretty much.
I'm gonna give you a sound. I'm gonna give you a sound cut one of these because you're a dumb bitch.
You're a dumb bitch.
Yeah.
All women.
If you're from
you need to record that, and you need to record that, and you need to send. You need to record that, and you need to send it to me.
If you're from the South, you's a dumb bitch.
You's a dumb bitch.
You dumb bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way. Oh wait, I forgot to mention something in that Amber Alert.
Oh no.
He walked, because like I said, it was just like something out of the jerk out video. Ime Doko took that girl from Ben Simmons, walked out the club. Of course, and just like how what's his face took Morrissey took that girl from Quincy Jones and walked out the club past Sugar Ray.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of Sugar Ray, it was James Harden.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ben Simmons just looking there dejected until Morrissey at the time looked at him and said, "How's everything going?" And they all starts laughing. And just walk out.
Wait a minute.
How's the family?
But to answer BTS's question, why she divorced her husband, allegedly it's because she graduated from the marriage.
I was ready before you even said it, AB. I was ready before you even
interesting
said it.
twist of events. Apparently,
that's an honest answer from her though, because a lot of women feel that way and they will not say it.
It's called insert bullshit.
Yeah. But allegedly,
I'm bored.
Hold on, wait a minute. Allegedly, the other sister is kind of tired of her bullshit too.
Stop the cap.
Tamara.
Yeah, Tamara, the one married to the white dude.
Okay, so why she tired of her bullshit?
Well, she apparently she came out and said she's doing too much.
She is.
She is.
Yeah.
You thought what did I think the chick she was actually on Pearl's thing, right? Maggie, the substitute teacher, right? What did she say? She said men see themselves in younger men, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And older women see themselves as younger women. They don't think their time has passed. Okay.
Yep.
Can I add something to that? Is that one of them is married to a black man and is seen as being in a relationship, and the other one is married to a white man and she is seen as being in an interracial relationship. They're both half white, half black. They're both in interracial relationships, but that is internalized in one way and seen from the outside in another way. They are living very different lives, even though they're very similar in how they're living their lives. Yeah, one of them has decided to break and then go.
Yeah, but her husband's in the business. The thing is, I don't know what
both of their husbands are.
What is the other husband? The white husband?
He worked for Fox.
He's he's a news commentator.
Contributor for Fox.
But think about that. Like, they are both mixed race women, and one of them is in an interracial relationship, and the other one is seen as just in a relationship. It's a very American thing And they're very similar women. They're very similar women.
It's because no matter what, if it's called the one drop rule, right? If you are considered black, okay, or perceived as black, you marry white guys that's interracial. Okay.
Yeah.
Always will be.
Borrow from
get that?
AB. To borrow from AB.
One at a time. Y'all talking over each other.
I'm sorry. To borrow from AB, as he often says best, make that make sense.
We're talking about women here, right?
I was about to say, it doesn't even have to. It doesn't matter. Don't waste your fucking time.
Touche.
Let them die on the sword. They gotta die on their own sword.
Because I had played the sound from TLA's video about marriage, right? Off-label marriage. He said if you get 10 years, you get a prenup, and you get out of it pretty much unscathed, you call that a win, right?
Yeah.
And right. Well, the month later, was it Tia actually gets divorced from her husband after 13 years, right? Basically, she got graduated. In other words, she called it a win. Okay. But the thing is, what do you do now?
Oh dear, you thirst trap forever and look stupid, but okay. Because she said she's a dumb heifer, but
crazy.
She was never that kind. She was always seen as a little girl. She was never that kind. She was never a sex symbol. Okay?
Yeah.
She was just a cute kid. She was just cute.
She was a cute kid. Okay, she's not. She wasn't. And people wasn't lusting after Tia Maui. They never were.
No.
I mean, she could wind up like what's his name? The guy who just got divorced from Beyonce's mom. You know, whoever gets that on the leftovers might get that, and then have to avoid that type of way.
Well, he's 75. He doesn't care, man. You know, he gets 75. He don't give a shit. He's not getting married again.
But he was in the family. He knew that family for like 30 years, and when she got divorced, married her at like 2 years after she got divorced.
Yeah, why not?
Right, like that happens a lot more. Is it going to happen for someone like her who's just been
there's a big difference between being 45 and damn near 70. Okay, big, huge difference, sir.
Yeah,
huge,
true,
huge difference. Trust and believe. I'm gonna tell you from experience.
That is true,
okay?
but is a guy like that gonna marry?
No,
in the future, someone like
if he's gonna marry, he's gonna marry somebody younger that can actually see him into his old age and possibly death. That's the only reason he would get married.
Like Anna Nicole.
I need company. Okay.
Yeah,
I need a companion.
I need a companion. Just somebody in the house with me. That's what That's what. After that.
Why would you have a older woman who's unhappy, like, and you're older? Why would you do that to yourself as a man? Like, how you might as well be by yourself? Why am I accelerating my death?
You know why? You know why that is, Salchi? Is because if some guys been married and to a nagging wife, and they're so used to it that how it is when the wife is gone, you used to be a nag. They say, wait a minute, I'm missing something. So you get a wife that nags again. Oh, I feel better now.
Damn.
I'm serious.
It's true.
No,
I get that.
One time. Yeah.
I remember I had a girl who I had been with her for about a year, and she really wanted to get married, and she thought I was going to be the guy. Yeah, she thought I was gonna be the guy, and I thought that we would end up with me winding up walking to a corner in the garage, tying the garage hose around my neck, and then walking out of this car. And that's how I thought I would get out of that marriage. And I did not continue it on from when I had that thought like land in my life.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you ever thought like that and you with a woman, it's time to leave, man.
Yeah. That's when. Yeah, and I knew that. But
Jules, I give you
a lot of guys.
Phrase.
I know guys who walk through the fire to get to the other side, but I never thought that I would be in that position to walk through the fire. And I know a lot of guys who are like, well, I do want to get married. I do want to have kids. And I do want to have, and I want to do all those things. I do want to have a woman who is
get married.
That's the woman.
Get married.
Yeah. I absolutely do.
If you want to be married, get married. It's not that hard. Get married. Just put up with shit. You gotta put up
I want a.
See, there you go. There you all niggas go.
The modifiers. No, you want to get married? You gotta get married.
If you want to get married, get married. But she gotta be this, and the moon has to be at
I want
the angle at 6 p.m. I want to, come on, man. If you want to get married, get married. If not,
I don't want. I'm glad I
stop with that shit. I want to get married.
You got to take that. You got to take that. That 1996 Range Rover as it is. Beautiful. It's a beautiful ride. Beautiful.
Jules, let me
But it's
explain it to
gonna
you like
be
this.
falling apart at the seams.
Buy your 2023 Kia and be done with it.
Jules, let me tell you a story about me.
I'm gonna hit up Andre. I'm gonna hit up what's his name? Skyler. I'm gonna hit up all these passport dudes and get in on that. That is really the only alternative.
Get with Salty. Get invited to a black tie event. Tell them what you do. You'll be married within 3 months.
Okay.
To answer LaShawn's comment of this breakdown of She Rich and Mess Up,
see, there you go with the modifiers again, Jules.
BGS said it best.
No, I missed your. You got scaled out. You got bored out.
Wait a minute. Let Snowman go ahead, Snowman.
I apologize. The LaShawn's last comment, this breakdown of She Rich and Mess Up, just outlines BGS's simple phrase: "Use a dumb bitch."
It's easy to get married. Get with Salchi. Go to a black tie event. Tell them what you do and how much you make. You be married within 3 months.
Yeah.
In DC, with the lack of lack of brothers that making a certain amount of money, hell, fuck, move to Atlanta. You'd be married within 2 months.
If not earlier.
Well, BJS, you know what it is, man? A lot of it's this big divide with the black guys, but there's plenty of black guys making more than making 6 figures in this area. The thing is, you'd be surprised, man. There's a lot of ratchet black women out here with a lot of student loan debt.
There is.
Yeah.
DMV. Sachi, I was at the what's his name? Lionel Richie and Earth, Wind and Fire concert last night at Capital One Center. There's a lot of older black folks who were there who could afford the seats, who were very comfortable. And I showed up with my pretty young thing. But not as many people my age or younger.
Not with Earth, Wind and Fire. No, you're not going to see them.
Oh hell
no! But they were men my age or younger. Not as many women.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, Earth, Wind and Fire, man, that's too clean.
Yeah,
you serious?
But it's too clean.
It's too clean.
It really was. I was looking nice.
Go to a Jack and Jill party, man. There's a black tie, and you'll find a girl, man. You have to put up your attitude.
I remember when Jack and Jill was going through the big thing of when they're going to let single mothers and not have their kids be in the program. That was a big thing back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, and they wound up settling it as chapter to chapter. And now it's pretty much all like single mothers, whatever, they'll let them in.
If you really want to be married real quick, man, have Salchi's parents find you from the home country, find you a chick and bring her back.
Oh yeah.
Wait, where's Salchi from?
Yeah,
bringing it back. That's the problem.
Huh?
Bringing it back.
No, you can bring no Liberia. Like it's easy to bring people from Liberia, man.
Yeah, it is. I do understand that. I definitely.
It's real easy. In fact, you almost have citizenship. in the United States. You're from Liberia. They have a special arrangement between the United States and Liberia.
Yeah. Well, because of history and everything.
Because Liberia is an American colony. Okay.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
The lottery.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. Yeah. Even my
it's not the first country I choose, but it's not it's in the upper highs.
Well, if there's a particular you can try, especially African, try in East Africa because there's plenty of us in the DMV, Jules.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
Especially my ilk.
Eritreans and Ethiopians, man. Oh
hell yeah.
Whole lot.
Yeah, whole lot. Yeah.
Whole lot in the DMV. Hey, you got plenty more in Atlanta too.
If you can find it's easier. It's almost easier to find a wife than a girlfriend in those areas. You can get married if you want to.
Yeah.
I mean,
you gotta get in the inner circles when it comes to the Eritreans and especially the Ethiopians out here. I mean, I can tell you, man, the best looking woman I've seen out here since I've been here since 2016. She's from Eritrea. And of course, she wasn't single. Yeah, they're not gonna be single, bro. Yeah. I mean, for the most part, or they're not gonna be single long, man, because this is a long life.
They're not be single long, and if you get with somebody who's like higher up or something like that, you got to prove yourself. But they're very hospitable. We're very hospitable people, very kind. very lovely, but understand you're dealing with people who are warriors by name, so.
He's
And by the way, also
he's Haitian.
and
So they know what that is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, who's Haitian?
He's Haitian. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Jules Haitian?
I'm half Haitian. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sac passe. Oh, you don't speak Creole? No, my bad. No,
Probably.
Yeah,
my boule.
What is it with these dudes of just Pearl, man? They
what about him?
Dare you ask such a question?
Wait.
Well, they still some of them are.
Which dudes?
Some of these dudes are still crying that we propped up just Pearl. I'm like, really? We're still going over this?
You know what? I was talking to Dr. T, man, like yesterday about this shit, man. Basically, okay, I'm getting tired of these motherfuckers that don't understand politics. I really am. Pearl is a tool. She's an unpaid lobbyist for your interest.
Pretty much
unpaid, right? You don't have to pay her. Influence her. She'll carry your message. That's what you want her to do. Fuck who she is. I don't care. I don't care if she's a stomp down racist, just like homeboy. Don't give a shit.
She's Jack Abramoff with red hair and long legs. Like she is getting a check and she's doing her work.
She's being groomed to be part of that neoconservative sector.
The trad wives, they got to make a
trad wives, just like what's her name? What's her name? Candace Owens. Okay.
Yeah.
They have they're building a whole sector, and Pearl's part of it, right? So
and
what?
It's about to get larger.
Stop being freaking emotional. You got all these so-called black nationalists that pretend to be black. I'm getting sick of them.
Pander Africans.
They really are Pander Africans.
Yes, they are.
Y'all ain't serious, man. Y'all ain't serious. Stop pretending like you said. Oh, but she's a racist. Who gives a shit? Okay, so is Lyndon Johnson.
She is a Midwestern white girl. She is as racist as any white person you're going to meet in America. Or less. Probably, if you're in the South, she's less racist, or in a different way type of race. Like you just don't get it.
Listen to the conservatives. Listen to the conservatives that are in the black manosphere. Okay, she's mild compared to them.
Yeah, really.
Very mild. Very mild.
Because I'm not going to say names, but
why compare her to a hot sauce?
Yeah.
And she's mild compared to them. Go listen to Bernard Riley for like a week, okay? And he said, "Well, Pearl's not that bad."
I didn't want to say it. I didn't. Bernard's.
I mean,
moderate, right?
I don't.
Shout out to Bernard.
I don't care. You know, I don't care. I don't judge about what your stance is. Just if you are solidly behind what you believe in, and you know what you believe in and why, and have documentation and are solid with it, I have no problem with it. I disagree, but I don't have no problem with it. Most of these motherfuckers have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Okay,
none.
That's what pisses me off. They don't.
You have to realize, like, her family is trying to establish a family dynasty, and they're trying to be like 3, 4, 5 generations deep.
Do you think it was Pearl's daddy's money that built that big compound? Really?
No.
Hell no.
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 All
right.
That's a freaking $20 million compound. Daddy didn't buy that, man.
No, I'll say she is a 1, 2, 3 punch where her father, her parent, her family definitely did invest to her up front.
Yeah.
She did seize the opportunity to try and hit another English-speaking market because she does not speak English. I think she might know a little bit German, maybe a little Portuguese, but like, because she had like nannies and stuff, and so you wanted to learn shit from nannies. And then she hit that market with like a popular topic stream or a niche, and then maximized from that, and then got better at that, and then took like a bunch of talking points from other people and wound up hitting a vein. And she wound up hiring a bunch of people from that stream. And they probably invited their friends onto that platform.
She's lucky Kevin died. There was a vacuum. Okay.
You're right.
Yeah. It's called luck.
Just like
it's 50-50 because like Kevin, if Kevin would lived, she might have gotten even farther faster.
No,
but
she wouldn't.
In that stream.
No.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, she might have gotten faster farther in that stream, but it looks like she doesn't want to stay in that stream. She wants to move more towards that track-on conservative.
Her business manager, her manager, and basically Sarah said the exact same thing I'm saying. There was a vacuum that Kevin Samuels left. They filled it with something.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
The vacuum wouldn't have been there if he hadn't died.
Right.
Yeah. and nobody suitable has come along to really fill it completely. But other people have made good attempts. So
I mean, well,
He's
it's
a
going to get
house.
filled with something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
they gave
He's
it
a
the old
household.
college try. That's what I say.
Kevin Samuels is a household name till this day.
Yes.
Household name.
God,
And he's been going what 2 years now?
It's been a year and a half. Yeah.
Been a year and a half.
Cinco de Mayo almost 2 years ago.
April a year ago.
What's
22.
he is he's a drawback to the
Was it 21 or 22?
Who's the woman who's
22.
on BT? Donnie Simpson.
Donnie
He's
Simpson,
a
yeah.
very he's a very specific type of black man from his very specific type of black era, who has a Christian indoctrination and has a very specific bent, but he's also very business minded, and that is something that a lot of people on YouTube
21.
do not have. They are.
It's 21. Okay.
You made fit 21.
Right. Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, and there's not a lot of black men who are like that. I mean, the closest you're gonna get probably like Rom or ARC, who are around that age frame. But like a lot of them did not want to do that bullshit of like dealing with these young women who are just ratchet, horrid. Like there was that one chick who was like sneezing and was like trying to threaten to fight him on air. I was like,
Jules. I know. Jules, I knew the inside track that helped him do it. Okay, helped him get where he is. I know what he did.
Yes.
I told him where he was going. I called him before it actually happened. Right. It's a very specific thing. Right. COVID. Black women, he had a lot of guys that look just like you making a lot of money. Okay.
Yeah.
When there's a economic dislocation like COVID coming and they're out of work, who are they going to look for? They're going to look for men. Where they going to start?
Hey, big head.
They're going to start at the top. Who has if I have a cache of like 600 guys or 500 or 600 guys that are making 6 figures or more, who am I going to come to? That are black.
Yeah.
No brainer. They had to line up. Oh shit, I gotta go talk to this nigga. But I want one of those guys.
Because I mean, Kevin doing talking to the women. Because Kevin talking to the women was hilarious and insightful. In that, oh my god, this is worse than I thought.
And
but like when I saw him earlier, I saw him before, and he was talking about the Seize the Day. He was more of the Black Man You Belong. And that's where I actually like it.
Well, he was talking to men, but thing is, okay, the thing is
you can't really win an audience that way.
The thing is he took my BGS for women, upgraded it, right? And personalized it to women coming. I told him, I said, hey man, I said you got the lottery tickets, man. They want one of those lottery tickets. They will line up to actually be on your show to get one of those lottery tickets. That's what they're looking for. And they did. I said because they have to. So all of them, they're gonna start at the top. I said, well, how much should the guy make? 6 figures. Talking about 4% of single black guys make 6 figures. 4%.
110K is a lot different than 510K. It's a lot different.
It is different, but the thing is,
they have no idea.
110K is a long way away from 40, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
But you
a
know,
lot different.
One thing with the guys, a lot of guys don't realize how practical women can be.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously on the outside, a lot of them do a lot of dumb shit.
And they lie.
When you just step back and look at how they move, especially in certain situations, you're like, hold on, they're just cold-blooded pragmatists in many situations. That's what they are. And it's like, if you don't get emotional, you just really, I guess it's easy for me because there's a lot of women on both sides of my family, but if you just really watch how they move, they're very fucking predictable.
Yeah, they're predictable.
Yeah, they are.
Under certain circumstances, right? They're predictable.
Yeah.
And once you get past all the lies, because they're going to lie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know my words. Bullshit. If you knew you
man,
knew your words.
Man, I said that Tom Cruise movie, Edge of Tomorrow, live, die, repeat. Like you just see it over and over again. You get better at defeating the aliens. And Kevin's channel is great for seeing how to defeat the aliens. I paid him to go through. I pay the men who want to talk to women in that capacity, or really any capacity, to deal with that bullshit. I do not want to.
But you also know what it is.
But if you get $100,000 a month, Jules, you will deal with that bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah, I know, but
Tell me something different. Tell me something different. Tell me something different.
No. I'm saying, like, if he had connected with Dennis earlier, he could have delineated a couple of different flows to get different type of work stuff going towards him, and he could have better managed his time and stretched it out a little bit longer. I know what you're talking about.
How are you gonna predict COVID?
Yeah.
No.
Nobody.
You'd have to have a serious intelligence agency. Disney did predict it to a degree.
Well, basically, okay, no, COVID. They actually already knew it was already there. They as early as July, they knew that COVID was already there. So by the time they got to October, they already knew what the problem they were already having. They already knew.
Yeah, because I was saying, like, I think I said on another stream, Bob Iger resigned from Disney as his chairman after like 15, 20 years because Disney has their own version of the CIA. There's a bunch of these different private intelligence groups that do private intelligence, and Disney's one. A lot of people run through Kroll, and they run all their stuff through it, especially in the finance and industrial fields. But like a lot of these big Fortune 500, let's say Fortune 100 companies, run it through their own internal agency. Because a lot of people knew, but I mean, Kevin wouldn't.
So does the NBA,
so the
NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL.
NHL, they all have the internal security.
Yeah.
All these
and they probably all exchange information from major.
They all do.
They probably all exchange information from the major market, the police departments,
and they got buddies on the inside. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is like someone like I was saying is something like let's say Houston Rockets would probably have someone like Medium Man who would say, "Hey, I know this and that," because they would work with their person on their PR team and then work with someone on their local health advocacy
HR
team to get a lot of information exchanged across borders, because you want certain information to move freely. You want certain information to not move freely.
You in Houston, I give you 2 season tickets with a suite.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. Yeah,
all I need.
But it's a public-private partnership.
Two season tickets with a suite, and you're gonna buddy up to the security. Okay,
tickets in the private booth.
Yep.
In a minute.
Yeah, a minute.
It is
it's another short.
I saw it in
Chicago.
I saw it in Chicago at the tail end of Michael Jordan's run. Listen, people ask me all the time, "Did you see The Last Dance?" I lived it inside and out, good, bad, and ugly. I saw that shit up close and personal, and especially after the United Center was built in 1994.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at the series Showtime and laughing, because I can do that stuff.
I'm laughing at it, and so many people say, "Well, you make your judgments off of a documentary." Motherfucker, I lived in Chicago for those 13 years. I lived in Chicago for the Michael Jordan era, and I saw it all beyond the newspaper clippings. And to highlight what BGS said, if you make this spread, I'll give you a suite plus 2 season tickets for the next 2 years, and we just opened this brand new building. And we just opened this brand new building, because I'm talking about the United Center. Because they were getting that
shit, like tickets, like floor if it could be floor seats, or it could be, or even better, even brother, you got like, do they have probably like private booths inside the basketball arenas? Yeah, a private box. Private box.
I sat in one. I've been in Ticketmaster's booth. I've been in the press area in the United Center, and not many secrets.
Oh, you got stories to tell.
Not many secrets, not many secrets get by me. I had a chance to cover the Bulls, their final championship season, 1998. Good Lord.
Shit.
You want to talk about the money that rolled, and we're talking just home games. We're talking we're talking just home games, 41 home games. Nothing about the playoffs was mentioned, although it was a foregone conclusion.
Isn't that the season they went 72-10?
No, that was 96.
Oh, okay.
That was 96.
95, 96.
The
96, 97 you're talking about, right?
The 97-98 year was the year I had a chance to cover them. Do y'all know? In BGS, you know this, and you mentioned the series Showtime. You know this from being out in LA, being around the Fabulous Forum.
Right.
Do you know how many deals are cut even before the season? And we're not just talking about with the players either.
Yep.
We're talking about businessmen looking for one quick come up. And brother, I saw it.
Endorsement deals.
No, yeah.
Yep.
And such.
Yep.
Endorsement, like who's getting, who's going to be
they're trying to be the next Nike. Nike.
They're trying to be the next Nike. They're trying to be the next Gatorade. They're trying to be the next. They're trying to be the next McDonald's. And I can tell you from experience and seeing that up close and personal, the only person on that Bulls team they could not touch was MJ, because all his deals were locked, loaded, and here's the key: guaranteed.
Yeah, and approved by the NBA.
And approved by the National Basketball Association.
Stern was not going to let you touch his golden calf.
No.
Even though he gambled, even though he had debt, even though there was mafia ties, all that kind of stuff. That was the NBA's
David
golden.
Stern put the shield around MJ.
Yes.
For 13 seasons.
Yep.
I mean, from his rookie year in 1985 through the last shot he took as a Bull in 1998.
Shot.
Yeah, three people you could not touch, man, according to Stern: Byrd, Magic, and MJ.
Yep. You could not touch those three. You could you couldn't even approach them.
Nope.
You couldn't even approach them. Listen, the year, like I said, the year I covered the Bulls when they were in the when they just got in the new place in the United
Center.
There were so many people coming up to me, and I was a member of working media. This is only my third year in working media. There were people coming up to me asking for some kind of hookup, whether it be a press pass, whether it be a conversation with MJ, and I'm not gonna touch that. I go in,
knew it would happen.
I go in, I put my headphones on, I do my thing, I get the hell out.
Shit.
That's it. That's it. If you even think of trying to approach anybody on the Bulls and your name's attached to the leak, your ass is grass.
Big time.
If you are attached to a leak to get to the players in any way, shape, form, or fashion, your ass is grass, and your media pass, and I've seen it happen a couple of times, is, what's the word I'm looking for? Revoked.
Yeah.
Revoked.
Even though they play fast and loose with the rules as far as what really went on, watch Showtime, because it shows a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. All right. Not 100% because they have to maintain innocence for certain people. Kind of exaggerate.
Maintain innocence being capitalized and in quotes.
Yes, in quotes. Yeah. So it's sometimes it's kind of hokey, but a lot of that stuff actually did go on. Like I think that was the last episode about Norm Nixon and his nose habit. That was true. That was exactly true.
It's the dead on.
That was dead on. It's dead on. True. I was just
laughing
at it. I said, okay, y'all told that one.
And that's one reason why after the Sixers kicked the Lakers' ass in '83, Norm Nixon was shipped the hell out of there.
Yeah, he was replaced.
And it wasn't just because of James Worthy. It was because
hello, fam. I need the big cam for a second. I need the big cam.
Where's he at? He's in Candy Graham. He's at the Candy Graham factory.
No, he might be working. Never can tell.
Well, he's got something lit the fuck up.
Oh, he's smoking. He's smoking a cigar and he ain't working.
Yeah,
in the cigar lounge.
He's in some buzz.
AB.
He's in some buzz.
AB. Can you blow him up?
Hold on, give him a chance.
Which one is
he got the kingpin on. He's getting his kingpin on.
He does look like the kingpin.
All we need to see him is in a three-piece suit.
I remember when first he was actually first on my stream, man, the Colosseum.
Yeah, I remember.
I said, motherfucker, that's you or the wall. He started laughing.
Yep.
I remember that one time he was
in the middle of the night. I said, man, is that you or the wall?
Look at this.
Hold up. Not that.
We see your head, man.
I'm gonna be back on later, but I need every 3. Woo!
Woo! Oh wait. Ooh yeah.
What kind of bullshit are you into, man? Because you got to.
Hey, I'm in DC with my little girl here. Tell everybody what's up. What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
I'm in DC. It's DC. I'm in this neck of the woods, man.
Okay. Where's Dr. Dunbar? Where's Dr. Goodbar? He ain't with you. Dr. Goodbar ain't with you.
You know, I brought out $3,000 worth of jewelry for him. Come on, where's
Where's Doctor?
All right.
No, wait. BGS, sir.
we got a bottle of Louis XIV out this bitch.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
By the way, Doctor, sorry, BGS, sir.
Oh, she got a
You
nice
forgot
head.
something.
Right there.
Yeah. It's not
This
it's
the
not
second
Doctor
party, by the way.
Dunbar. It's Mr. Goodbar.
Mr. Dr. Goodbar. He's Dr. Well,
This is
he
the
has.
second party. Guess what?
What's
Tell
that?
me,
What?
man, my little bro here, Perm, right now. We doing the second. We doing the third or second coming of the Four Horsemen, man.
The apocalypse, huh?
Charles,
hey,
here's my question
the
to
Four
that.
Horsemen reunited.
Here's my question to that.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna get back
Your
on.
Ric Flair clearly.
He can't hear
no,
you.
my new nickname is gonna be Big Cam.
He can't hear you.
Okay. He puffing them cigars, man. Puffing up.
He
And you know what?
Yeah, man.
He into some bullshit right now.
You know what?
Man,
you know what, BJ? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Snow.
That year, because I
Mhm.
covered the Bulls basically off and on since 95. But I did get a chance to see them in 93 when they were in the old barn. But after the UC Open and they had that record-setting season, you want to know sales? You want to know how much sales went through the roof?
Okay.
I mean, sales were through the roof anyway because they were opening a new building.
Yeah.
And they're revitalizing the west side of Chicago.
Yeah.
But now you bring Michael Jordan back in March of 1995, and it was even crazier. I was just glad I was able to walk my ass in there, flash a pass, and go to my seat.
Oh, wow.
But like BGS said, there are 3 people in the NBA during David Stern's rule you were not allowed to touch: Larry Byrd, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, yeah.
Fuck everybody else.
James Worthy had to take the rap for them chicks coming up.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did.
And then right after that, guess what the NBA did? They hired a whole bunch of chicks in every NBA city.
Hold on for a second. I gotta speak to my man Lewis Collier before I go back out. I'm gonna come back on. Number one, Lewis. This ain't a hole in the wall. If they got Louis. If they got Louis, this is far from a hole in the wall, baby.
Yo, boy.
The Ric Flair of the Manosphere does not do hole in the walls.
There
Remember,
you go.
You know,
we style and we damn sure profile.
And don't forget, folks, he's going to be dancing all night and dancing a little bit longer.
Oh, trust me, the first party, we went to a place, man. It was a nice lounge. The ugliest girl in there was a 7.
Damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good average.
My little bro Brett here, he walks in the door, and it was a chick from Houston, and she eyed him down like he was like fucking Kobe steak.
Oh,
shit. They're hungry.
And all I had to do was be like, bro, I'm going to be on the deck, and you do you.
They're hungry. They're hungry out there, man.
It was a nice chick. It was a nice chick who was built like in my daddy's F-250 who came after me. I had to get her number, man. I got her number and her email address.
Smooth.
I mean, if you can see, like, give me the big cam. Look at this shit. Give me the big cam one more time.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
See, I want to show you. That's a bottle of room right there.
Damn.
Those are some bottles, man. Look, that's a well-stocked bar.
Yeah, it's high end. Yeah.
High end.
This is not hole in the wall. That's Louis. That's top shelf.
Look at all this stuff.
Hey man, the guys that own alcohol brands have to be astronomically.
That's top shelf.
I'm sure.
See, when people talk about stuff in the manosphere, we live it, baby.
You know
All
what,
I gotta
Charles?
do is say number one, I smoke my
Uh-huh.
cigars, I drink my liquor, and I'm
Liquor.
gonna hang with what? My
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 niggas.
nigga.
Where's Green Gorilla when you need him? Huh?
Yeah.
Where's Richard Pryor when you need him
Arrogant
for
as
that
you wanna
statement?
be. Woo! Guess what? Y'all better donate to my man AB. Y'all better
Yeah.
donate. This is the spot. I'm in the spot where you physically have to be, but if you digitally want to be somewhere, you better donate to my man AB. Woo! Man, I got bars that rhyme.
Hey. Oh man. Enjoy the cigar, fam. Enjoy that
I'll be
cigar.
back on, fellas. Don't worry.
All right.
We got to
All
do a
right.
All
promo.
right.
Trust me.
Love you,
Tonight is
man.
still young, baby.
Uh-huh. Hey, AB,
Yeah.
you remember our conversation yesterday? I mean, last night.
Yeah. But what?
Remember what I told you about what Kenshi said to Johnny Cage?
Oh yeah. It's better to be blind than to actually have
No,
longevity.
blindness has its benefits.
Yeah.
If anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, anybody here play MKX or MK10?
I
Jules?
got through 3 and I got to 4 and I stopped there.
Okay, I don't blame you. Oh yeah, you strictly arcade. I forgot that. You're an arcade booth guy. Although they have like arcade control, they have arcade controls. They have like arcade style controls for you for other consoles. Anyway, in Mortal Kombat X or Mortal Kombat 10 or XL, if you have the special edition of it, the fighters usually when they meet each other before they fight, they have exchange a sort of pleasantries where they have exchanged words and whatnot.
Yeah.
And in one of those involving, they have one specific for any pairing. So there's just one specific. There's like 3-4 per pairing. So one specific for Johnny Cage and Kenshi is like Kenshi just says to him, if it isn't the renowned movie star or something like that. Johnny Cage looks at him and says, "Oh, so you've seen my movies?" And Kenshi, who's blind, says, "Blindness blindness does have its benefits." Because sometimes there's certain things you don't need to see.
Can we say that about today's society at times, please?
Yeah.
That blindness does have its benefits.
They got the blindfolds on willingly.
Here's a long-term thing that doesn't get acknowledged. Is you remember about 5 years ago, Michael B. Jordan was trying to start up his own liquor brand.
Yes.
With a rum brand, and it got downplayed, and he got claimed that diaspora / cultural appropriation for a lot of Caribbean folks.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those liquor bottles do you think were owned by, let's say they're Hennessy's, let's say they're cognacs, let's say they're rums? How many of those were owned by people from the Caribbean? Right? Like George Clooney made $1 billion off of his tequila. He doesn't look Mexican to me.
You said he made $1 billion?
Just under.
What's his tequila called?
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I remember
I'll
seeing
look
the
it
press
up.
release for it, and he made something like $750 million. I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up to $1 billion, but still,
that's the thing, man. It's like
that's one place where there actually is a diaspora versus continental versus Caribbean war as far as like economics and like having a foothold. Like there's a lot of those like sneaky little things that slide under the radar.
So like the liquor business?
That's one, because in the West people like to drink.
Well, honestly, man, we haven't it's like starting to be like a little war in the shipping industry with us and the Sikh guys, the guys that wear
the Sikhs.
turbans,
They're called
the
Sikhs.
Sikhs.
Yeah.
It's starting to be more Sikh guys. And I don't know
Talk to Hindus, man. Talk to people familiar with the Hindus, and they'll explain it to you.
Yeah, I don't.
Any trick to the Sikhs? Yeah, they're
I
Punjabis.
don't understand how these guys are making money. Like the way that they're operating. It's like y'all not make. I don't know how they're making money. Maybe they're not paying American rates. I don't know what.
It's not that, and there's other people in this space who's pointed it out, but a lot of these folks will do like group economics to a way that most westernized people in general, westernized people, will just not do it. They just won't. They'll live like 5 to a house, 3 to a house. Like Ed has talked about it a good amount, and I'm like, I know exactly what he's talking about because I know guys who've done that in my industry, and they will. So I work in tech in the Salesforce in vertical, right? And you could get paid a decent amount, let's say 80 to 120K, right? Let's say you and another couple, you know, you're married to one woman, she's got her certifications. Another couple, they've got their certifications. You've got somewhere around, let's say, 320K to, 480K in one townhouse. You live there for 2 years, you get it paid up enough that the equity is good. You roll that over into another townhouse. And then you and the other couple, you bring in one person, and then maybe they get married, they bring in another person, and then that person's also in your family. And then you both roll over into another townhouse. And then you wind up bringing over 1, your family. And then 2, you have property. And then 3, you have the equity. And then 4, you have that skill set that has that salary that's at least 80K that's coming in.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that you haven't upskilled in the meantime. No, you haven't upskilled. Not to mention just the connections. The connections is a multiplier. Because then it's like that 80K, and then you have all those people in, and maybe one of those people got an MBA and they got LinkedIn for, a good postgraduate, we're going to bring people in from this school, and then we're going to put that person on, and they're going to bring on all these people. So they want to go from 80 to 120 to 120 to 160. Okay. And then they can just multiply,
Jules,
multiply.
Let me step on out.
Continue.
Let me step on out of the way. Let me say good night to y'all. And thanks for a great conversation as always. I love you guys.
Have a good night, brother.
Good night.
Snowman's appearance on the show is brought to you by Bum Leg Orthopedics. If you could please, but Snowman.
Good night to y'all.
All right.
Good night.
All right. By the way, Jules.
What's up? Yeah.
You said about that brand of tequila you were talking about, George Clooney. It's called Casamigos, or the House of Friends.
Okay. All that's George Clooney.
Hold up. Let me give you all the he founded it with 2 guys, Randy Gerber and Mike Meldman.
Yeah. Cindy Crawford's husband. Yeah.
Okay.
They formed it in 2013. Hold up. Hold up, please. They formed the company in 2013. They sold it in 2017 to a multinational beverage called Diageo.
Diageo.
They sold it for $700 million, with an additional $300 million based on the brand's performance. And the purchase equated to Diageo paying almost $500 a bottle.
Yeah, because
right Diageo owns $6 million.
Diageo owns the same brands that Puffy is the marketing head for.
Ciroc?
That's where because Puff Daddy doesn't actually own Ciroc. He is the marketing face for it.
Yep. Yeah. Diageo is ownership. It's British, and the brands they lead are Johnny Walker, Guinness, Smirnoff, Bailey's, Captain Morgan, Tanqueray.
Those brands have 300 years of experience.
Exactly. Yeah. These things are in the family, and you got to look at it. If you want to be rich or wealthy, it's about ownership. I mean, you can sit here and be a fucking marketer all day and make money.
They own Crown Royal.
But if you're not an owner, that's where the wealth is, man. Period.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the other streams, one of BJS's off streams, about the people look up to entertainers in America as though they're the royal families, and they are to a certain degree. They get treated that way. Like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett are treated as like Prince Charles and Camilla. Like they really are treated in that way. But like a lot of people don't understand like how that money moves and how those people really make their money. Like Will Smith didn't make his money until he started producing his projects, right? Michael B. Jordan makes money, but he wasn't going to make real money until he started owning something like that liquor brand, right?
And he has ownership in an F1 company now.
There you go. There you go.
Michael B. Jordan is very smart on the low.
Wait. What?
Yeah, he is.
What company?
Yeah, he
What
he
company?
and I think Alpine. He and
Formula One.
Formula One
Oh,
racing.
He's an international.
Formula One team. Okay.
Yeah. That's Premier. All right,
Okay.
that's big money.
Yeah, it did. You get the Formula One if you get into the cricket leagues, because that's starting to expand even more. There's a lot of these places where ownership, like Tom Cruise he's a big entertainer and he's very entertaining in his movies, but he also does deals with like the government of Dubai, right? Because that's why they filmed that movie on the Burj Khalifa, because he had approval from that government, right? They filmed the one after that in Paris, and that was like an advertising reel for visiting the city of Paris. He did a motorcycle chase through the city. Like it's like, come visit the city and we'll pay you X amount of money or we'll give you tax breaks. Like there's a different type of move.
The thing what you were talking about that it's not an F1 league. Michael B. Jordan has partial ownership of a British club, a British soccer team, AFC Bournemouth.
I'm telling you, I watch F1, man. He and I think Ryan Reynolds, they both signed a contract. The shit closed like a few months ago.
Ryan Reynolds is also a billionaire.
Yeah,
I'm
dead serious. This is recent. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like
Ryan Reynolds also a billionaire.
How business ownership, not acting.
Well, Reynolds actually flipped. He bought the rights to the Daredevil or not Daredevil. What's the movie he made?
Venom?
It was a comic book movie. Deadpool.
Green Lantern. Deadpool.
No, he bought the rights to do the Deadpool movie because it was a movie that he could put his personality into.
That's
he had
right.
production rights and credits on that, and so he didn't just get an actor's fee for it. He got production fees for it.
There you go.
Probably some writing fees for it. So instead of like, when they say, you remember when Jim Carrey was getting lauded for making $20 million a picture? All right, so Ryan Reynolds might have made that, but he also got production fees, writing fees. He gets those royalties after the fact. And he can roll that into. He bought a minority share of Cricket Wireless, right, which is like the budget version of the Canadian wireless spectrum, and then that wound up getting bought by. So that got rolled into T-Mobile, and he wound up owning a bunch of customer service that could be farmed out to all of North America above Mexico, and so now he's functionally a billionaire. Because all the shares in that company that got bought got multiplied. That's where the money really makes sense.
There you go. Thank you.
It's wild to say that too, because I was offered, well, not offered, but me and one of my bros was talking to this dude, and they were actually trying to sell us a cell phone, whatever it's called, establishment. We had to pay $25,000 to get access to the network. And everybody we signed up to the network, it was like we would get a 14% administrative fee to manage the incoming payments.
You have to look at the numbers. That's really where it comes down to, because where it made a lot of sense was do you remember when AT&T used to just basically run the telephone companies in America
up until the 80s?
Yeah, exactly. When they got split into the Baby Bells, that is when it made sense to buy into that. And they become like the Pacific Bell, Mama Bell, like all these like different Bell companies, Southwest Bell, all these different things. And then they started growing into what now became again AT&T.
Well, my thing, I'm thinking, let me just slow you down. Let me tell you what I was thinking. I didn't do it. I never made an investment because honestly, I don't got enough money to where it's going to make a difference. Like, it's seeming like if you don't got $250,000 to invest, it doesn't matter. Like, investing $10,000 is like pennies on the investment side. I don't know. I haven't seen an investment.
I get what you're saying. It can make a difference, but you have to know how the numbers work, know where the industry's moving.
That's right.
It seems like in America right now, the key is high cash business. You better off doing a business than investing. If you don't already have
part of that is
$1 million.
Well, the thing is, the business buys the investments. That's what people don't understand. But now when you're talking about celebrities, the celebrities they're leveraging, their popularity into the business, and they're taking that cash flow to either buy other businesses or investments. That's the game. Like, again, you have to be
or their own products.
I'm not talking about celebrities. I'm talking about on ground level. Like, if we're on ground level,
even on the ground level,
hold on, bro. Let me finish. I'm just talking about on the ground level. If you're on the ground level and you're only working with, we'll say you're making 70 or 80,000 a year, and you able to work to make that from work, and you able to hustle up another 20,000 a year. That's hard to do. If you don't have a certain skill set, it's hard to hustle up an extra $20,000 outside of your. If you already a high earner, if you making $80,000, you're a high earner. That's not a regular salary. You already in the top of earners. I don't know what the percentage.
If you're making
Top
75,000,
You're
if you're
only
making
top 20.
75,000, you're in the top 25% of black men earners in the country.
Yeah. So even that, like, I know I don't make 75,000 right now, but I work like 60 hours a week, and I'm above 60,000. I don't know if I make 75 because I haven't seen, the whole breakdown over a year yet. But I know I bring in I make $28 an hour, and we work like 60 hours a week every week. So I'm talking about, how do you actually get the time to run the business and maintain earning high? So that's why you just seem like you have to save for like 5 to 10 years before you even attempt to go into business.
Well, nowadays,
I have to ask what is your skill set, and is that something that you can actually do to multiply?
Well, yeah. Well, right now, what I do for work is I'm a heavy machine operator, like excavators, cranes, bulldozers. So that's what I do right now. But I have a CD. I got some skill. Like, I always been in shipping for like the last 7 or 8 years.
I know there's guys that are down in like the Mobile or what's that Gulf Coast area that make bank from moving dirt from location to location.
Yeah,
you have to have that type of stuff set up. But those are like generational. People own those families and those type of contracts and stuff.
Yeah,
it exists in different ways, but you have to figure out what's your skill set and then how do you multiply it.
Yeah, your surest way of getting out is owning a small business or having ownership in a small business. It doesn't matter what level you're at.
Yeah.
Like you have an unfair advantage because you have inside information that someone's just not going to go pick up that information tomorrow, even in the next 5 years, and be as efficient as you. So I mean, if with what's going on in the economy right now, a lot of people are going to be losing their business or their jobs because, again, a lot of people really don't know the numbers. So you can either link up with someone who understands the numbers and acquire, a viable, small business in that sector in a good spot. But again, this is going to come down to taxes. It's going to come down to contracts. It's going to come down to numbers, man. And understanding the economy and the industry. This is why very few people actually make it in business, because they don't understand. Like, some people are either really good salespeople or really good technicians or really good marketers. They're not really good business people. And the business is the fucking numbers, man. And understanding
it's ownership versus managers versus practitioners.
Just a minute,
and it's like different levels of it.
Yeah.
Hold on just a minute. Y'all hit the cash app for this knowledge. These guys give you inside information. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, statistically speaking, that small business owners are the ones who they're the ones who get out in terms of not 9 to 5, for the most part, but you have to have income coming in, and then you have to take that money and you have to either reinvest it in your company, depending on the type of company, in other small businesses, or some other type of investments. That is, I'm telling you, that's the only way. I mean, yes. I mean,
I know, we know, like, I understand that's the way, and we trying to do that. It's just that you don't have time.
You have to make time.
Out a way to balance the
Most
time.
people don't. Most people don't.
Yeah, that's
like you don't have time. It's like you start work at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
You don't get home to lay down until 7 p.m. That's just to maintain earning high, just to live. Now, I'm not complaining about the economy as far as how much things cost, because honestly, I can afford everything. So I'm not really mad about that.
In your type of situation, it's basically, how do you cut down the hours while increasing the per hour rate that you work?
Or no, my situation really is finding,
because let's say you work in, because like, look, you work, let's say 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. right?
Well,
I work right, and I work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. right, and I do that pretty regularly, and I make a good living. You make a good living too, but I do it in a different way than you do. Yours is more hands-on, and like you're using your body in a lot more of a physical capacity. And I've done that job, right? Like I have apprentice licenses in 2 trades, and I also have certifications in 2 IT trades, right? And you have to figure out where is the money and how do you go towards it. The biggest problem I've seen for a lot of people who have manual, let's call it manual labor trades, like that's for lack of a better term, is that they burn themselves out really hard, and then they get so old that they really are hurting and don't want to make that switch. But a lot of them do, because it becomes a lot easier when they understand, like, oh, I just have to use that applied physics and knowledge that I have here, and then how do I apply that type of math and applied physics to this type of scape? And it's not a physical scape, it is a mental scape. And they have a little bit of a hard time up front, but once they understand that you're doing work in a different way, but you're doing your work up in your head. You're doing the same hours, but you're doing it in a different capacity. And you can take that weight off your joints.
Yeah,
that is when it becomes like, are you willing to make that transition?
Sacrifice. Yeah, you have to make the time. Like I'm just telling you, again, because I'm in finance and then I do taxes on the side. So I see when I say I see everything, I see everything. Good luck. Like, I don't care who you are. Good luck. I figure out who the fuck you are within about 5-10 minutes financially. What's going on with you? Because I see so much shit. Like that's just the way, especially when you're not coming from, a family of whatever tradesmen or whatever type of industry, and you have inside information that was given to you from before you were 10. Okay, that's a different ball game.
Trades are made over like having a trade is made over generations. Because I've known a lot of people who've gone from like blue collar. There's very few all gold collar black families. Very few all white collar black families. There's a lot more blue collar, all blue collar black families.
There's a lot
but there's a lot of mix in between all those things.
What happened was I'm trying to figure out a way, because I was selling stuff. I was buying stuff on an auction site, and I was buying like medical supplies. It was like the telescope things they use. I had bought like a shipment of those and sold them online. And I was trying to do like basically like an arbitrage business online. I was buying like wholesale pallets. Then I had to have time to coordinate to go get the
That's a good business.
Yeah, I just didn't have time. It was like I would have to try to figure out on the weekend how to get the pallet from the warehouse, to get it to my storage, then to run the website, and then to still trying to like work and maintain that. Then the busy season kicked in, and I just kind of was like, all right, whatever. And I still have the site, I still pay the fees. I still look at the bids. I just don't buy anything. I don't bid on anything anymore, because I just know the process of just renting the truck, renting the trailer, getting the pallet, putting it in storage, moving it back, running the website, going to mail the stuff, trying to like it's just too much stuff. Yeah.
I can tell you exactly who you would need to either befriend or pay a banker or like an underwriter who has access to those figures within that type of industry. They can tell you all the figures. Just pay them, and then you would need a tax pro to tell you what you need to do on the business side. For the most part, that's how I would start. And obviously, you need an attorney, so you have your make sure your LLC, all that stuff is done right, properly, and it's upkept every year properly. That's how I would start. That's what you need. It's a business, man. Like if you're thinking like you're gonna be a one-man show for the most part, good luck. Like you're gonna be limited because it's just you. I mean, unless it's like something that's super, like a real with high margin, which means it's going to be highly specialized, which means it's going to be hyper competitive. Is it possible? Yeah. Yes, but then that means you're going to have to sacrifice, because there's going to be people who are going to be doing that. That's what all they do, period. So you're starting off, you got a job. Now you still got to make time, and you got to sacrifice. It's going to be maybe 2 to 10 years. That's typically what happens. Like these are the things that people don't know. Like people are all on these, writing these books or on social media talking about overnight success, it's very rare that an overnight success for the most part is someone who was grinding for years and got lucky. That's an overnight success. The surest way is somebody who was grinding for 2 to 10 years. They ain't fuck around for literally 2 to 10 consecutive years while working, and I mean no bullshit at all.
Yeah, and then you hit the right seam, and then the accelerator hits, and you have to just take advantage of it.
That's what I'm starting to think, and I'm starting to think in the terms of like 7 to 10 years instead of 3 to 5 years. You know what I mean? Because it's just not realistic to maintain the lifestyle, maintain the work schedule, and then
It can
still
happen.
network. I mean, it could, but I'm saying, like, I'll still be young. I'll be 40 years old. I won't be old in 10 years. You know what I mean? So I can just take my time and take 10 years to do it properly. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to rush. I think what's happened, I think I've been just overwhelmed because everybody's talking like 1 or 2 years. I'm like, dude, that shit's impossible, man. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's highly improbable for you to become set financially forever in 1 or 2 years. I don't know what type of profession you would have to have for that.
Not happening for the most part. I mean, you have to be. I mean, it happens, but like you would have to be extremely lucky. And then here's the other thing people don't talk about. A lot of the times with those extreme cases, a lot of those people lose it all. Why? Because they don't have the skill set or the mindset for that kind of money. Like people, when I say this all the time on these streams, a lot of people don't have money. Like, don't put up with this shit you see it on TV. I'm telling you, even these rappers, these motherfuckers ain't got money.
No, they don't got
no money. It's a difference between you'll see like they say lottery winners within 2 years or so, when they win like a big, Mega Millions Powerball, they lose it all.
Yeah.
Right. I knew a guy. He won a state lottery. It was like $5 million, and he went through hell after that because he had $1 billion. He had a business before then, and his wife was like, "Well, I'm going to divorce him. I'm going to take my half. I'm going to do my thing," and she went and did her thing. And she wound up buying up a whole bunch of young pretty boys and doing a lot of bullshit. And then she wound up blowing through.
Real quick, Jules, this is why I said this on BGS's panel that he had on, marriage in modern today's time. This is why if you young brothers that are listening want to get married, for the love of God, get a prenup. So you can avoid stuff like what Jules is talking about.
Yeah, but they didn't get divorced though, right? She wound up just doing her own thing. I know what you mean. I think, and every man should get a prenup. That should definitely be
honestly, man,
whatever engagement you're going to do as far as. But here's the thing: she went off and did her own thing. He wound up taking his half of it, scaling up the business because he didn't have to go to the bank and get loans for. I think it was $5 million split in 2 ways, right? And he wound up scaling up the business enough that he became a very large contractor and very competitive throughout the area and did very well for himself. And when she was done with her money, she wound up coming back to him and begging him to like let her be housed. And so he put her in an apartment above the garage. And he only did that because that was the mother of his children. Like men who work and understand what work can do and how finances can work can do that in a different way. The women who don't work and don't understand what finances can do and wind up just blowing through and don't understand how you can scale up money. Like there's a way that your debt versus what you have as far as assets, you can multiply yourself way forward or way backward.
Remember, it's on the business side because again, a lot of people they don't understand finances. Most people, the vast majority of people, they're workers, they're consumers. Period. When you're on that side, aka W-2 for the most part, in many cases, even 1099. If you're not doing it right, you are in the worst tax situation. Period. You have no deductions. You have nothing. Literally, you have nothing. Your best bet is
401k.
401k. That's it. That's all you get. Now, when you get on the other side of owning a small business, and even then, because most small businesses don't make money, that's the other thing. Because again, what I said earlier, most people are fucking consumers. They're not producers. They're not business people. I'm telling y'all, I do this shit. I
Yeah,
see
you
how
could
people.
do. I mean, most people I know will do like a 1099 or like a sole
proprietorship.
And even with that, they do it wrong. I
yeah,
see
yeah,
this shit all the time. It's
yeah.
fucking
You have to
annoying.
pay. You have to pay a professional to help you run it through,
So can I
right? So you
ask you
can
a
expend
question?
certain businesses.
Can I ask you
Basically,
guys a question really quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're like doing these things, right? What is the best way to actually finance these things, right? Because I'm starting to be like, when the next time I actually do, I'm not using none of my own money. Like I got savings, I'm not using no money that I save no more. Like it just doesn't make sense because you're going to have to borrow money anyway.
Well,
You know,
see
you're going
this,
to, no matter what business you do, you're going to have to borrow money.
and this is why I said earlier, you have to grind it out for 2 to 10 years,
Yeah.
because if you go to, that's why I said right now the best thing to get numbers, to pay someone who's a legit underwriter at a reputable bank, and they have access to the figures on that industry, and they can tell you, because we grade them A, B, C, and forget about anything below that. We ain't even fucking with you. And they're gonna look, they know the numbers where the business needs to be. But now for you, what skills do you have? What success? What is your resume when it comes to this business? What are the finances when it comes to this business? Period. Then
are you gonna
what
work? Yeah. Are you gonna
what
open like an
collateral?
Africana workshop in
And
Dakota? North
and,
Dakota? You know what I mean? Like you got to figure it out how it's working.
and then what can you put up as collateral? I'm telling you, most of these guys, their collateral is their fucking house, or is their life insurance,
Yep.
or if it's in manufacturing or what have you, it's the equipment or the building, if they have ownership or own the building. That's what really happens.
So should
That's
we
how it
just?
works.
So I got a question. Say, like I'm in the construction industry. So should I just buy my equipment cash, then borrow everything else?
No.
'Cause that's where. Listen to my logic here. The last time I was independent, where I was all on. Well, I was never all the way on my own, but as far as small business wise, used to have a small trucking company. Me and another, I was a partner with somebody, and it seemed like it was better to actually lease the truck than own the truck. Like it was weird, but then when we owned the truck, it was better because you didn't have a payment on the truck, and your insurance was cheaper. But
Was
because if you
that
actually get
truck
it,
bringing in more cash flow than it was the amount to lease out, the amount you paid
of
out to
course,
lease?
of course, listen,
Then
the
it
truck.
then
It wasn't that. What
yeah,
ended up
then it
killing it
would
was the
make
insurance.
decent sense either way. But if you didn't have to lease it, then you just had more money coming in. You had a bigger
Well,
upfront
this is the thing
expenditure.
about the lease. This is where the lease comes in. The lease comes in good because you don't have to repair the truck with your own money. If you're still leasing the truck, seems like the most efficient way I've seen. I've been in the industry
Business
for like
wise.
7 years now. Yeah, business. It seems like you should just lease a new truck every 2 years until the warranty.
Some
Once
people
the
do that.
warranty is
Some people
gone,
do that.
yeah. Once the warranty, that's what the big companies do.
But
What the big company do is they come lease the truck for 2 years or 4 years or whatever their lease term is. They keep it capped, and then they just give the trucks back and get the whole new year truck again every 4 years, or whatever they do with that fleet, that particular fleet, because
No.
of repairs. Repairs are expensive.
I
Repairs
mean, whole
kill you.
businesses
Yeah.
exist because of that, Enterprise,
What?
Hertz, all this stuff exists because of that type of stuff.
Well, I
Like it,
could tell you
go
right
ahead.
now. Here's something that a lot of people don't even know about when it comes to leasing. A lot of these things, a lot of these equipments, and this is one aspect of what I do. It's called letter of credit. And typically the interest is typically lower than you just go into a regular bank. You're typically going to go to a regional or like a local bank, not a small one, but it's a sizable one. They're going to, at least for the most part, have over $1 billion in assets for the most part.
A
So
state bank, like North Dakota Credit Union.
yeah, but not even really credit unions, because a lot of credit unions are going to be too small for the most part. But like that's what I'm saying. A lot of times you pretty much going to be going about roughly a regional side, or a bank that's in like 2 or 3 states. And that's what I'm saying. Look at a bank that for the most part has roughly $1 billion or 800, at least 800 plus million in assets, they typically they will end up doing letter of credits. That's their market, and they're local, so they understand the stuff and the equipment. So, but again, I mean, for the most part, that's going to be the bank will buy it out. But see, it's not like just going out to a regular bank and just getting a loan and you're paying, I don't know, 7+%. Now you could be all the way. Well, I mean, the interest has changed again, so now you could be all the way down to, like 3 to 5. But again, it all depends on your cash flow. So, like if you don't have you really, when it comes to business, man, you really need to know your numbers. Like you need to know your numbers.
Well, the cash flow. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, brother. Go ahead. Finish up.
And the reason why I'm saying is because when you go to anybody who really knows anything about business, that's all they want to see. You go to a banker, you get any type of loan. First and foremost, if you have no relationship, they're gonna want to see your financials quarterly, and they want to see it from a CPA quarterly, until like you're really doing really well and or you've established a solid relationship. That's how the shit works, man. Like,
and sign off on
like,
it. Like, this is Bob Smith, 2 towns over.
Yeah, like people don't understand. Like people, for example, developers. Like people think like the more I build, the more money I make. No, if you don't know your numbers, the more you build, you could be stretching yourself out long, and then if the market turns, you could lose everything.
Yeah,
you could be crushed on a downturn. Like you could be building for more expensive.
Because one, they don't understand the economy. 1, 2, they don't even understand their local market. Then they don't understand the real estate in and of itself, and then they don't understand finances.
Yeah.
Like this shit is like, this is what I'm trying to stress. Very few people know what the fuck they're doing, and very few people are actually making money. Like,
And
I mean, for real.
You know what the main hindrance is? Everybody has a false idea of how long it takes. So everybody thinks they're going to do this shit.
That's a small part of it, but continue, please.
No, I'm just saying that was my first mistake. I thought it was just going to take a year or 2 years. Like, man, I'm going to be making this and that because, that's just what you think at first. And then you have to pay your first $10,000 bill. Like, what the fuck? Okay, I made some good money and I got to save $15K. And then 1 month I had to pay $18K in fucking repairs and 2 trucks.
There you go. Yeah.
So that's why you actually need to borrow money.
And
Mr. Serotonin, I'll say, like, let's say you're at a 2 or 3, right? I'm at let's say 4 or 5. Sachi's at a Mr. Equalizer is at a 7, 8, 9, somewhere in that level. I only know a little bit more, and I understand what he's saying. The best you could do is get to understand more, and then understand that there are people like Mr. Nobody who understand where you need to be, who are willing to work at you, and then figure out what are they going to work on, a fee or a percentage, and then figure out how they can help you maximize your profits and minimize your losses. And then and I might not even be using the correct language, but there are people out there who will help you with that even. But they will help you make your business run more optimally.
And that's why I stress. That's why I stress right now, even before you do anything, just a local banker or somebody saying, I'm not doing this right now. This is what I want to get into. Take them out for lunch, what have you. Mainly an underwriter, really, not the banker. An underwriter. If you just go to a local bank.
Hold on. Where would I find that? Should I just Google underwriters, or should I?
Depending on where you live.
Should I go to the Better Business Bureau?
No. I mean, depending on let's say you live in my area. Let's say you live in the DC area. There's you can there's PNC, there's Capital One, there's Eagle Bank, there's Bergen Herbert. Like,
what about if you lived in a regional area? Let's say you lived in Baton Rouge. Where would you go?
God damn.
Regional, like regional bank. There might be a PNC, but is there a regional bank? Credit union?
Banks for small businesses to use. I always heard credit unions, so I got credit unions.
The reason why is that they're limited in terms of. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would deal with a bank that has at least 800 million in assets, man. For the most part, a credit union, for the most part, is not going to have that. And they're not going to, I'm not saying they're not good. It's just that they're not going to be running the way how we run. It's just not happening like that. You put me in a credit union, I'm
what if
going
you, Sachi, what if you just needed, what if you were a business that grossed $500,000 a year and you just needed a $20,000 bridge loan? Would it be good to go to a credit union?
I would still go to a regional because you want to build.
But what if the nearest regional is a state away?
Describe regional. Hold on. What
3
do you
hours
mean by
away?
regional? Like Bank of America?
No,
First
Bank of America
National?
is not regional. They're national.
So what do you mean by regional? Like a state bank?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can literally go on the website and you can see their financials for the most part. As long as that's what I'm saying. As long as their assets are at least 800 million plus, you're pretty good for the most part because you don't want to be bouncing around.
Give me an example of a name of that type of bank. Would it be like?
Well, all the banks I just named, like say, like in this area, like there's a lot of banks. There's thousands of banks, but like in my area, like excluding like Capital One's actually fucking big, to be quite frank.
And in the old days, most black folks would have known the black bank in their area, right? But there's a lot of banks that are in your area, and they're going to be small regional banks. It'll be like the mechanical and farmers of Baton Rouge. Like it'll be something where everybody who lives within 100 miles of that knows that's the major bank, and they'll have like 5 or 6 branches, and then everybody goes and deposits their checks, pays their bills, but they know that they got 600 million going in over the year, and then 800 million that they got to pay interest on or worry about. You know, this whatever the ratio is. But there's a bunch of those type of things. Like I have banks in places I haven't lived at in 10 years, right? And all over this country, but I still have like a little bit of a thing there, and they have electronic transfers. You got to figure out what the one is, because the banks that don't have a lot of business, they won't have a lot of capital, but they might be more willing to do business with you if they see that you have money coming in.
Yeah, and again, you just go on the website and you just go on LinkedIn, man. I'm telling you, just look up look under whatever the bank is, go on LinkedIn and then just search under, just put in, underwriter under their, their business or the bank, and then look at whomever's the underwriter is, especially like I wouldn't go senior. They're too big in it. They're not going to really want to fucking waste their time. But you can get somebody that's like a junior or an associate for the most part. And, just shoot them an email, man. Let them know, these are my thoughts. I'm not getting into it right now, but I wouldn't mind, going out for lunch or what have you, just so you can, let me know like what I need, like what my numbers need to be, so later on when I'm starting and I can start establishing, I know what I need to do. At least, obviously, the numbers are going to change by then, but you're going to have a better idea. Like, oh, okay, so my revenue has to be this. Period. Like it has to be this, or else forget about it. Like I'm not gonna get any funding. I'm gonna burn through this money in 6 months or a year. Like you need somebody like that, because the bankers, yeah, some of them were underwriters, and some of them may be really good with the numbers, but it's really the underwriters who are doing they're the ones that are doing all the numbers, and they got access to all the programs. That's looking at all this shit. Literally, this is how people are getting, this is what's going to pretty much set the person's interest rate, and or whether they're going to get funded or not. Period. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you talk to them first because you don't have any finances or when it comes to the business, and you're not starting right now. So that's what you're going to lead with. Where do I need to go? Or you can go to Vertical IQ, verticaliq.com. Go there, and it's gonna cost less than $20. I'm not sure if they do have templates and they do have figures on many businesses. I'm not sure if your specific one will be there, but if you can get anything close, that's it right there. You start right there. That's not even $20. Okay, max $20. I think it's like 150. It's either 150 to $200. You pay for that, and that's a software company that we were using at a previous establishment that I was working at. That's what I think they might still be using it to this day. And all they do is just crunch numbers day in and day out when it comes to businesses. That's it. that is, once you have that, you know what you need to be doing. You know whether you're on pace or not, and then that's when you need the tax professional, and also, for the most part, I don't like saying CPAs because the thing is, accountants for the most part, they're looking in the past, they're not looking in the future, and the only ones who know about, who can really read the stuff and is trained for the future, for the most part, those are like CFOs, and you really need to be making money to actually get a CFO. But now, they have part-time CFOs, and their fees are not, they're reasonable, but again, it's still depends on how much money the business is making. I mean, it's in a sense it's easier now, but business is war, man. Business is cutthroat. I'm just letting you know right the fuck now.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not it's kill or be killed. Like a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't even have the heart or the mind for that shit, man. Like I did my own little title company before I
Dog eat dog.
here. So like I get it. Yeah, you gotta be, because it's you. If you don't eat, you don't eat. And then forget about if you have employees. I'm telling you, man, like I saw shit where like last year there was 2 ex-employees. They took a Verizon contract from there. Well, they left the company, and they got it back. I mean, they lost it, but they took their former employer's biggest contract, which was Verizon. And you know what happened to that company? Every pay period, they were in the overdraft in the hundreds of thousands. Every fucking 2 weeks. That's the shit people don't know about. And the owners were put up their houses, their homes.
Wow.
Just to get shit back together. That's the shit people don't know about. That's real business. That's what happens regularly. But people don't hear that shit. People are like, oh man, these owners, man, they greedy, they don't give a fuck about nobody. You don't know what homie went through. The vast majority of them, that's the shit that they go through, man. Very few people have become financially successful via business, especially via business, unscathed. I don't know of anybody.
To burn, you get burned.
Yeah, because again, unless you came in a family and they were successful 2 or 3 generations, then you come along and then they're giving you the information. Again, so by the time you're 10, you can literally run circles around an MBA, okay?
Because it's in the family. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the shit that you're going to need to do now, before you even start. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. And then, even when you are making money, you still got to be on top of that shit, man. Because, like, people think, like, man, the new $100,000 a year is, depending on where you live, is $256,000 to $300,000. So if we're talking $1 million, it's 2.5 to 3. I mean, that's the reality. So like money ain't the same
remote
like
work
it
is
used
the
to
only
be.
equalizer I can see from most people.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of people can't. I think it's 14% of jobs coming out over the past year have been remote.
Yes,
and those have been scrambled after.
Yeah,
scrambled.
And right now, it's, if people think what they're seeing with the haves and the have-nots are bad, good. If you are not elite, you're fucking done. Because again, what I was saying, these people, they were bred to win. Now
a lot of
shit has opened up. They're going
it's not cemented, but I know what you're talking about. It is like a lot more things. The scales are being tilted right now.
Oh,
that's what.
Yeah, I just
you can't be comfortable.
Well, that's
yeah. Hold on, wait a minute, G. I just read a report. The average apartment in New York City now is $5,000.
Fucking ridiculous.
Sounds about right.
Per month?
But is that Manhattan and Brooklyn, or is that like Queens or New Rochelle? There's a bunch of different boroughs and a bunch of different neighborhoods.
That better be
New York is.
They're usually talking about Manhattan when they talk.
Yeah. And 5,000 in Manhattan, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, believe it or not, but
that's absurd. But okay.
What I'm saying right now, like I know that, man. I know that it's moving more tech. It's moving more technical. So
yes,
if you're not a highly skilled tradesman or or something, are you not in the finances or degree, you're not making no money. Like that's what pays the money.
Highly desired tradesmen.
Yeah.
You could be
Not
very
just
high skilled, but if no one desires your skills,
Yeah.
that's a big difference.
Well,
Yeah,
right now,
it's not just New York either. In California, the average down payment on a house is $250.
That makes
Most of
sense.
those houses are 800K and
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
If you average it out between the West Side up to Rancho Cucamonga, right, or Oxnard or whatever, you're gonna see it. Yeah, if you're gonna be like Venice Beach, all the way out to Riverside, it's gonna average about that. But the ones on Venice Beach, you're gonna have to put down $1 million to get in the house. If you're in Oxnard, you're gonna be in Rancho Cucamonga, it'll be 75,000. But people are gonna have to look at where they want to live and what skills they have and where they want to live and kind of maximize both of those things.
Yeah, honestly.
Right.
Well, we're really, and then like you have time. Everybody has time. It seems like it's only a certain.
Not as much if you're gonna try and live on Los Angeles. Not as much if you want to live in Manhattan.
Well, no.
You do not want to be. You don't want to be poor in either of those areas.
Those places are for the elites, though. Like certain places are for elite people to go.
Shout out to BGS. He called them inroad cities.
Yeah, you get people that go there and they end up serving the elite. But I already understand, like Manhattan and LA and certain parts of DC and certain parts of Florida. Those are for when you already have money. You know what I'm saying? When you already have something and you're just going there to get with your class of people. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the people that still trying to get to that point or starting to build from that point.
If you make a flat 100,000 a year, let's just say gross, right? I don't know what your state's going to take out for taxes. I don't know what your locality is going to take out for taxes. You live very different lives in very different cities.
Well, this is the thing. And different cities have different qualities of life. Like nowhere in the South, I don't think quality of life, if you're not in the upper crust, is equal to when you live in the Midwest or the Pacific Northwest. That's just a higher quality life at mid-income.
Do you mean in general, or
I'm talking
upper
about
crust versus
if you
upper
don't
crust?
make $100,000, which is most people, you don't make $100K. The quality of life, the best quality of life under $100K is the Midwest.
Yeah.
Period. Like if you don't make
on
$100K,
average, I would agree.
You gotta live in the Midwest. The Midwest is different. When you make $100K in the Midwest, your quality of life in $100K that's not a high amount of money, even in the Midwest.
Yeah.
It's just the Midwest seems. I've been around the whole country now. I've seen every state in every major city. The Midwest has the best quality of living by far.
I mean,
for medium income.
It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag because remember, a lot of this stuff is like downhill and downriver of a lot of stuff
I'm not talking
40
about
years ago.
I'm not
that
talking
created
about the back road. I'm talking about Minneapolis, like the
no.
developed cities.
I understand. Not the major cities, but I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that went on in that region over the past, say, 70 years that contributed to a lot of stuff that needs to be leached out of the soil.
Oh yeah, no.
Leached out of the water supply so that people don't get sick.
Like
so it exists there.
Towns,
like you can live a good life, but you might have kids who have lead poisoning.
No. That's even. I'm gonna say this: if you go to the West Coast, in the smaller cities on the West Coast, they in poverty, bro.
Yeah,
like them people are in poverty in them small cities around, in those suburbs around LA County, and all.
Oh yeah,
that's the same throughout the country.
Man,
it's the same throughout the country.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
To G's point, that's why almost all the industries in California are on strike now because the cost of living is so bad. Even their workers, the city workers are on strike. The hotel workers are on strike. Everybody's on strike in California because of the cost of living.
It's crazy over there.
California is not meant for that many people to live there. It's not.
Especially
California is meant for like maybe 3 million, 5 million people, but that whole state is like what, 70 million?
Where do you live?
On the East Coast, man, Mid-Atlantic. But like a lot of California was made because they redirected a bunch of water from the Colorado River into that region, and they built a bunch of concrete pylons to direct that even further. That's why they have the L.A. River, quote unquote. It's just a bunch of like concrete dividers and stuff to move all that stuff. It's the reason why Arizona would have been built up more if California didn't exist like that. But like, there's a bunch of stuff that they did to format California. Like a lot of places that exist now would not exist if a lot of people hadn't done a lot of work. Most of the inland area from, let's say, Bakersfield up to Sacramento would have been a small, pretty large lake. Not as large as one of the Great Lakes, but a pretty large inland lake. Like that America has been formatted heavily, much more so,
Yeah, it's
to
been
be very
terraformed.
productive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the form. I'm talking about like what the economy looks like is moving towards in the future.
Yeah.
Like people, I know when we was talking, a lot of the people that I've been talking to, right? Everybody's moving away from those places, man.
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
the
that's
people
true.
with actual. I'm not talking about the rich people. The rich people could afford everywhere. I'm talking about maybe not the top 10%, maybe
Top
the
20.
top 30% are definitely. If you're under that 10%, we'll say you're in between. We'll say the top 10%. We'll say you're in between the 68 to the 90%. The actual working wealth, like not working wealth, but the working class, small business owner, self-employed tradesman, they're all moving inwards. They're like, it's starting to become more technically skilled. Like you have to be
That's true.
an actual technical skilled person. Like you have to be a mechanic, an engineer, a welder, somebody that can solder, to fix electronics. You actually have to possess the hardware to actually get to do the job.
That's true.
So it's like it's starting to become that. So if you're pulling up to these places and they're telling you like, look, man, I'm seeing it. It's becoming more and more streamlined to where all the service jobs are becoming like everybody's fighting.
It's
Like, I
becoming
don't.
more technocratic. I mean,
Mhm.
across the board. Like, no, you're absolutely correct. Even in finance, it's happening. The thing is, and that's why I'm saying, like, those who are, I'm not even for the most part. You, in my opinion, you really got to be in the 1% when you actually start having money. So everybody else, for the most part, like those top 20, especially top 10%ers, watch how they move because for the most part, they've already adjusted. Like there's a lot of, I'm 40. There's a lot of people like I follow in different types of industries that are in their 50s or 60s and they already adjusted. They already got new skills. They didn't fucking waste time. Like they didn't waste any fucking time. And they're older. They got a decade or two on me.
No, that's what happened with me, Equalizer, like 5 years ago. Like I just had my CDL. Like I was just driving trucks. Then I started seeing like we were doing a small business thing. Then I started seeing it in the future. Then like, oh shit, this ain't where the money at, man. You know what I'm saying? This is not where the money at. Like I see, I thought it was a lot of money because we made 100,000, and I said, no, man, I'd be better off sacrificing a couple
Real
years.
quick, we got about 25 minutes.
Revenue.
How you said 10 minutes?
25.
Oh, okay. All right.
25.
Yeah. Well, I just noticed that, like, I thought it was a lot of money at first, till I actually made the money. Then when I sit down and paid attention, I realized the actual companies, the owners, like the shipping companies, they're making as much money as the people servicing the shipping companies, like the mechanics and the tradesmen. So I said, okay, I'm done with being the actual shipping company. Now I'm going to service the shipping companies. So that's what I'm transitioning into now. So while I'm doing the heavy, I went back, got a trade for heavy equipment operator just to make as much money as I was making as a truck driver. Now I'm getting ready to go to become the diesel mechanic to service the actual excavators, the crane, the bulldozer, the trucks itself, any diesel machine, basically.
Yeah.
Because that's what I have to do to survive. I got to.
Yeah.
If I want to keep making this good money, like to me, this is good money. Even though I don't make 100K, like I can afford everything and still save. You know, so.
Yeah. Yeah. It's for me, I just look at I look at everything as a chessboard. Or a big map. That's just how I look at shit, right? So, in my opinion, what I typically tell people, what is your end game? Because until you know the end game for yourself, like you can't really draw out this map or really play on the chessboard efficiently for yourself, because for the most part, the taxes are against you. That's just one. And obviously, other people are competing as well. People who have inside information, people who are cheating and lying, right? So until you know your end game, like there's not much anyone could really do for you in that sense, because one, generally speaking, nobody gives a shit, right? Unless you got what people want. So you have to figure out whatever the fucking strengths you got based on whatever the market wants. And you still have to look into the future, while still in a sense playing chess, while still getting what you want. Like that is the surest way, because I can tell you right now, like a lot of people, okay, we can go to income. Like a lot of people kind of, in my opinion, a lot of people still got this like 1990s standards, like 100,000. Like I said, 100,000 ain't 100,000 no more.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of people
Like not
still
even
living.
not even close. In my opinion, you start financially at to me, the floor is the bottom top 10% of income earners. Where I live, you know what that figure before the pandemic, it was almost 180,000.
Yeah.
It's way more
It's
than
gotten
national
higher.
average. Oh yeah, it's over 200,000 now.
Well, this is the thing though. That's we speaking on the elite like that. That's
No,
the hard
no. That's my point. That's not even
America has like two major metropolitan, well, like really four, and you could add a bunch of second tier ones that pretend to be it. And it's really like DC, New York. New York is number one. DC is number two. Like the amount of multinational major companies that are traded and per capita, what's the proper term? Cap size, right? It's New York is one, and then a distant second is DC, and then New York, and then like probably Chicago, maybe Dallas, San Francisco, Miami, and there's like Los Angeles as well. There's a handful of other cities that could
That's about
count
it.
into that, right? But then you added a lot of America has a lot of control over like media, which gets us to promote cities like Houston or Raleigh or like Atlanta. Like these cities don't matter on an international scale technically, but they do matter because America has attracts a lot of money and attracts a lot of investment. So if you can make something happen in those areas, you can make a small splash in those ponds. But if when they say you can make it in New York, you can make it everywhere, there's some credence to it. It's just a lot of people don't understand. Like New York really moves, and there's a huge engine.
Yeah,
it's a huge engine.
I don't even recommend places like New York City to the vast majority of people. When I'm in my 20s, I lived in Stanford, so I was literally 30 minutes driving, or I could just hop on MTA, and that speed is not for. It's just
I'm not even saying it as like a working life though.
Yeah,
working life is a different thing than like being in the move amongst people who are like really like market movers is a very big, very different thing than being in the game, right? And then being a working person in those areas, because you can be a working person in New York. They're making it harder to have that happen, but
you
can
even out
still
here
exist there.
And that's why I was saying
you have to figure out where are you going to make your most profitable and well-lived life.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying
you don't have to be a millionaire, but if you can be very
and
comfortable and own your home,
exactly.
you
Like
have $900,000. You can be very comfortable.
I'm not even talking about being a multimillionaire. I'm just talking about, for me, I'm just saying, generally speaking, right? That's what I was saying. He got to look at the strengths. He got to look at his end game. And for me, because the one thing that nobody gets back is time. So you got to be efficient. And how you are going to be efficient is using your strengths to give the market what it wants, so you can get the highest dollar amount, obviously in the shortest amount of time. That's the game. So now how are you gonna multiply that, right? How you multiply that, you need to make and I'm very broad when I say a lot of money. To me, the floor is top 10% of income earners in your area at the floor. And then I always say the reason why I say 200,000 because to this day it's still, accredited investor status. So legally now, in my opinion, you need to go get educated in various investments that you need to understand that excites you, so you can have an unfair advantage. You take that extra money once you're making $200,000+ and you put it into that. And you're not increasing your cost of living. This is the problem with most people. They make more money and they spend more money. No, even if you go from 50,000 to 100,000, believe it or not, after taxes is not a whole lot. Really, that extra money should be going to save as an investment. When you look at it like that, then you're like, wait a second, 50 to 100,000 isn't a lot of money because thank you. Most people don't understand that. They're like, oh my God, that's life changing. No, after taxes, no, you taking that extra money and you put it aside, you're like, oh shit. Wow, that's only 20,000.
That's why I'm talking to you guys like that. You like,
yeah.
Maybe I make a little less than you guys still. I make less than you guys still. So maybe I'm looking at it differently. But I make more than the average person.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I be talking to the average people, and it's just like I see their checks, and I'm like, damn, I paid more in taxes than you actually made. You know what I'm saying? So I look at that like damn, and I think about stuff like that because I'm starting to realize that even I don't have any money. Like I don't have any money. I think I have money around around the regular people who are unskilled. But once I get around skilled people, I realize I'm on the bottom of the skilled earning.
Let me tell you, man. The generation that has the most money are the baby boomers. You want to know how much, on average, what their retirement is? On the low end, it's about
Don't make me cry.
It's about 62,000. That's it. 62,000 to about a quarter. And they have the vast majority of the wealth in this fucking country. This is why I keep on saying most people don't have money.
But then also most I don't know, it seems like the more money I'm starting to make, the more I get streamlined. Like at first I spent, now I'm starting to pull back and I used to shop. Like the way I spend money is different now.
Yeah.
Like I don't think about it in the same way. You know what I mean? Because I realize I don't have any fucking money. Like I can't spend. Like I know I have to have a lot of money to make something happen. So even if it feels like I earn high wages, I have to have a large amount of money to do something with. That takes years to accumulate. It might take 3 years to accumulate 75,000. But I can actually save 25,000 if I'm disciplined and I'm not like drinking at the bar or going out to eat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And
yes, but the key is using your unfair advantage as insider information and whatever your strengths are. When you do that, that's what's going to make you more efficient. So that's my point. So yes, the first few years are going to be hard, but depending on wherever you're going to be putting your attention, your extra attention and money, to multiply that is the difference. That's the game right there. That's the game you're really playing. You're just using your job for obviously, to get knowledge and to obviously survive and save. Yes. But you want to take the difference and put it into something else. And that's more education. That's where that comes in. That's the game you want. Because when you think about it, even the big boys at the top, that's what they're doing. They're just, it's just different information or bigger numbers. That's all. But that's what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? So you need to do the same shit.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to just figure out. Like I'm getting pretty good at it though, as far as cutting out expenses, man. Because I'm noticing more and more like people with money don't spend no fucking money. Like it seems like they don't spend any money. So I'm just like I'm starting to figure out like, okay, I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't actually need this. Like I don't actually need that. I don't need as big as a place. I don't need to pay this much for that. And it's like, yeah, all I need is like Wi-Fi, an apartment. I don't even need a stove no more. I got like an air fryer and a mini fridge. I can do everything. You know what I mean? So it's just like I'm starting to think about it in a way different manner now. As far as advancing yourself, like you got to sacrifice something. So like I think I'm just probably at that point where I'm over the get rich quick thing. And I'm not even, my goal isn't even $1 million. My actual goal is to be like, okay, I need to do something that makes me $4,000 a month in 10 years. Like that's my goal. Is 4,000 a month that just comes to me every month for no reason in 10 years.
I can tell you
I'm
right
not
now
saying more.
that's going to be a couple. Well, based on interest rates right now, because 650,000 in treasury right now would give you less than 3,000. So that I'm giving you the numbers like right now. I highly doubt the treasury is going to be giving out that 5 point some odd percent. In 10 years from now, it's most likely going to be lower, in my opinion. I mean, who knows what tomorrow's going to bring? But so that's giving you a rough figure. So based on what you're telling me, you're going to need some 600 to about 1.52 million. That's just off of that, because the only way you can use less, unless the interest that you're getting is higher, which is highly unlikely, because typically if you're going to be getting double figure interest for the most part, that means you are in stuff that's insider information for the most part, highly technical shit.
Oh, no, most of it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about. It's just if it's a business and
Anything.
investments. If it's business and investments, that's like I'm pretty. 4,000 a month is my comfortability point. Like I feel like I can manage 4,000 a month comfortably, as far as if I had to retire or do anything or live. So that's how I'm planning. I'm planning like, okay, I'm not dependent on Social Security. I'm not dependent on the government. I need private enterprise to produce me $4,000 a month by the time I'm 45 years old.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Without me going to work. Like that's the labors of my work. The bottom, if I become a small business, I know I've already been there before. The smallest I'm going to make, or the least I'm going to make per year, is $250,000, like $240,000. Like that's the gross, or whatever it is. What's the gross
revenues?
Yeah, that's what I would bring in, and I would have to, pay everything out of that 240,000 per year. That's at the bottom. That's like at the bottom scale of the business I plan on getting in, like the bottom scale.
So
if I add more assets, it would just be that same thing over the bottom scale, 240 times another asset times another asset, X on formula.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean, for me, my thing is to have, I would like to be, I want some of my portfolio to be in a few small businesses that I have, knowledge of, and my salary to only be like 5,000. And because I want a large reserve of at least 6 months to a year within the company itself, so I don't have to worry about shit, and I don't care. Everybody gets paid above average, in their position in the area. So that means I'm running the business. The businesses are going to be ran lean. If I can have 5 to 10 of that, I got $5,000 coming in minimum. And if I want to decide to, sell later on, I'm good. Then I'm going to still be working for the most part, and I'm going to have, money coming in from stock market, because with trading all other shit. Like that's how I think. I think very similar to like that. I think very similar to what you're thinking.
Yeah, because I just think you probably make more than me, so you think about it are you in a different field than me, so you think about it in a different way. I'm thinking about it in terms of, okay, I'm not going to be able to do this for 25 years.
That's true.
And I know medicine is getting better, and I'm buying all the new shit, so I'm gonna be 150. I don't know about y'all.
Okay, good luck with that.
Give a fuck. I'm buying 3D printed lungs and all that shit. Yeah, 3D print me a lung. I need that. You know what I'm saying? 3D print me some new shit for my esophagus. I need that too. I need all that. I need new veins. If y'all can replace it, I need it. You know what I mean? I'm looking. I'm a futurist, so I'll be into futurist shit. I need all that. If y'all want to
about 10
turn
minutes,
me,
fellas.
All right.
okay. If they want to turn me into a cyborg, I need that. I need to be a cyborg, AB. That's gonna take money. You gotta pay for Neuralink. You know what I'm saying? I know. I just imagine it being Cyberpunk 5000. You know what I'm saying? So if we can live, might can make it to the singularity, man. We might can go forever, baby.
Augmented reality, huh?
Well, no, not augmented reality. Reality at the highest levels. Imagine if we merge with a machine. Like that shit'd be crazy. Where we can really fly now. Like now, I don't need to. Or if we colonize, if you live to a point where they say, okay, scientifically, we could get people to live to 300 or 400 years old. Who would not want to live to 300 or 400 years old? Let's keep it real.
Well, I mean,
But the only people that are going to have access are going to be the elite. So if you want access, you got to be in the upper echelons to get access. So I need access.
Elon Musk already talked about, putting chips in people already. So I mean, this is, how that's gonna go about, how long that kind of stuff's gonna take, I don't know.
It's already here. People already
it is technically.
It's already here.
Technically, it is already here. But I mean, stuff actually
is it gonna last?
Yeah. So it's like it's just monitoring the shit and seeing people be guinea pigs.
I'm talking about more like cybernetic enhancement.
Yeah,
like as far as living wise, like okay, we can replace certain things, but I'm just talking about just the whole advanced civilization. I just feel like black people, for the last 1,000 years, we haven't been able to be part of the advanced civilizations. Now, with a new civilization on the dawn of rising, we could be right in the door too. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be, you're not going to get to be the Borg and live on Mars and shit without us. I'm going to Mars too. You know what I'm saying? That's what I feel like.
And your opportunity right now is better with America.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that
most definitely.
Always going to be that, but right now it's America.
Yeah. He's correct.
Yeah. Right now it's open for us. They ain't chasing us down and shit. We get to excel inside the, we're just in a good place as people as far as our culture. I feel like we're in the best place we've ever been in history pertaining to our culture, our specific group of people. So I want to take advantage of that. I'm trying to go to Mars.
But things change. Remember, the first black astronaut was put up by Russia.
I mean, I go to Russia. I'm not talking about I go live in Singapore, North Korea. I don't give a fuck. I just want to be technically elite to where I can transfer anywhere. I don't give a fuck what place you call it on Earth. I'm a human. I'm from Earth. I'm not tied to no geological location. I'm talking about I want to be my children to be able to have access to when we leave Earth and become intergalactic.
You want to see the alien with 3 titties, right?
Then I got to do it. I want to do it.
You want to see the Martian with 3 titties? That's Total Recall.
That's where the next push in the economy is aerospace exploration. Like in the next 100 years, it's going to be reality. Your kids are going to be geared towards working in that industry, colonizing. Like that's the only place there is to go. They conquered the world already. You know what I'm saying? There's no other thing to conquer. Everything else is here. It's just everybody's fighting for the same resources, the same markets, the same everything. The new way and the new wave and the way you're going to see the first trillionaires and shit is going to be in space.
Yeah, so if they get up there and they monetize it right, that's most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, they just had Virgin just had their flight. What was it, last week? 2 weeks ago, something like that? I forget the exact altitude that they're at. The 2 African women were in there.
Well, the most advanced think tanks are already there as far as vertical growing, harnessing water from carbon, pulling water out of the atmosphere, recycling waste material to make fertilizers. It's coming. Like we're gonna live in bubbles on Mars and shit. We might not see it. We gonna be dead. But in 200, 300 years, especially with AI, I've seen a model. I've seen a futurist model of AI manufacturing plants. Like, yeah, this shit is crazy. It's about to go crazy. You know what I'm saying? So
hopefully we won't get eaten like that chicken. What was the name of that movie? Don't Look Up.
The latest model, what they said they think this is one of the most advanced models that came out. What they think is the AI would run the ships. Everybody would go into stay when you travel. So the future of advanced space travel for you know, you got to travel for months and shit in space. Like, it's not no quick travel thing. Everybody would go into like a half stasis type thing where you're only woke for, you're only woke for X amount of time. You get fed liquids. You're going to lose weight. Basically, when you get to space, you will have to reorientate everything. You would have to, you know, it would be no meat, obviously. It would be everybody in space would be vegetarians or vegans. You would have to give up meat to go to space because it would cost too much and make too much carbon to send steaks and chickens and shit up there. So there, you know, everybody, the future space civilization is going to be purely vegan. That's the latest advanced models, purely vegan with, you know, they're going to use human waste as fertilizer, basically.
Man, they ain't going to make it.
Well, no, they're coming up with a process. They're coming up with a process to clean the waste. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what all the new science is moving towards.
I mean, the methane does make sense as a fuel source. Not the best or most efficient, but it is.
Think about if you're on a place with no atmosphere and you're growing everything hydroponically or inside of domes and shit anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to protect from radiation from the outside. So it's like you're trying to actually produce certain gases inside. You know what I mean? Because you don't have an atmosphere. You don't have an ionosphere to hold in the air or the energy. So you have to do something different. So they're looking at dome cities. And some planets you will be underground. Some planets will be like space stations. Basically, once we become a type 1 civilization, that's what they're looking at. Like, they're looking at that like 2400. Especially with the AI, and it's like they're going to institute like the government on the space or the administrative government in space will be actual artificial intelligence. It would be no people. That would be the only way to ensure human civilization keep going up there. If a disease break out or a plague, the AI would just handle everything until the next humans got there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like speculative if we can reach that Carter scale.
Yeah, if we can reach that concept, and that's what all of the new think tank.
We're at like 0.6, and then you want to get to how do you manage nuclear power? That's one measurement that they want to measure it by. And how do you get to the next level where you can? The nuclear, and then you can build like a Dyson sphere. There's a bunch of different things that can go around this.
That Dyson sphere, tough, huh? I see that shit. Like, man, we really gonna turn into
the Borg. Star Trek. That's an interesting concept.
Yeah, you break down like a planet and then build it around a star for energy. Yeah.
Well, you know, like the
concept. It's not undoable, but you'd have to the amount of fortitude you would have to manufacture that consent from a bunch of people, like just human beings, just seems impossible.
Well, that's the amount of resources you would have to build something around an entire sun. Good Lord.
But that's the point of the AI.
Ant-based type of society.
See, the reason
it's like a drone-based, maybe it could happen, but
that's what they're talking about. The issue is being, it's in the AI is the solution. See, the issue's been in the past that the institutions that human make always, it'll die out. There'll be a war. There'll be unstable economies.
Yeah,
but the AI,
you don't even need that. You just need a bunch of people just disagreeing whether to go left or right.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Think about like AP has been run a good panel today, right? It's 6 to 10 people. You need multitudes more to do a Dyson sphere. Like
you need at least
ad infinitum. I can't even express what that number would be. It would be like this panel to the 20th power.
Right.
Just to build the first level in the sphere. It would be crazy to get that.
Well, but that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying, Jules. The AI is the answer because the AI won't die. The AI won't argue. If they design a city, that's an AI city.
Eventually, it could be, but right now we're in the area where there's a lot of generative AI. I want to see when they're going to start like trickling out what the AI is that they want to see out in the.
You're talking about Skynet when they let Skynet out. We don't know.
Yeah, I don't want Skynet. I definitely don't want Skynet.
We're going back.
Skynet out.
Nobody wants Skynet back on it.
Transform.
Well, that's the goal. Well, that's actually the goal of some of them that have like that's the goal of them, to have like an AI God type thing, where it's like, okay, when you go to the AI city, you can be like, I'm a human, I'm leaving, I'm going to go to the AI city, and the AI city would actually be in charge of manufacturing the shit that the solar system needs. Like all the AI cities would be geared towards that. I don't know. It's just the concept art shit. Like it's just a
Yeah, it's been
concept thing that
fun,
people are
guys.
talking about. Yeah.
We're at the 4 hour mark, and I'm about to shut it down.
All right.
See you guys later, man.
Thanks, AB. You have a good night, man.
Hey, y'all too. Thank y'all for coming. Been a good stream tonight. This is AB Media 83, and I'm going to bed. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.